If you hear anything on scanner 2, let me know. Once again, LAPD face-to-face with this lead group of protesters on the perimeter of the encampment. You can see strobe lights being flashed in their direction. There have been reports of objects being thrown at them, although we are not seeing that, but it does appear that there was some tense moments as the LAPD made their way up the staircase and entered the encampment. You can see the skirmish line extending the entire 200-foot distance between Powell Library and Royce Hall, and you can see opposite those officers a solid line of protesters wearing mostly white helmets, white and yellow helmets, as they're basically face-to-face with these officers. These are outsiders. These are supporters who showed up this afternoon. They're now being kept at bay on that staircase. They're not going to be allowed anywhere in there. I think that's the primary job of that skirmish line right there, is to now hold the distance between the staircase and that large group of protesters right there at the leading edge of the encampment in front of the fountain. Looks like more people kind of gathering in this part of the encampment. You see folks converging on both sides along the staircase and by that fountain. We're talking about at least 1,000, a minimum of 1,000 people by my estimation there lining that staircase, and presumably they will be confronted if they try and climb that staircase. But it's a pretty small group of LAPD officers in the middle there, basically surrounded by protesters, far outnumbered by those protesters, but holding the line nonetheless. You can see a couple of dozen LAPD, we believe those are LAPD officers who are holding the line there at the staircase. Well, it certainly begs the question, what prompted LAPD to make their way up the staircase, and would they have made it up the staircase if they did not expect imminent action by the agencies in charge of this operation? I really wonder if we are indeed getting closer to some type of movement by the California Highway Patrol and the Sheriff's Department. size of this crowd, I am fairly stunned. I have been all day long as we've watched this crowd swell on both sides of the encampment. There are at least 1,000 protesters on either side of these officers. About 1,000 people along the staircase here, and another 1,000 people on the opposite side. It's or at least hundreds on the opposite side within the encampment. We've estimated between 300 and 500 people in that encampment, and there's a whole nother mass of people on the opposite side of the encampment. We can go ahead and tilt up there. You can see people lining the barricades up there along Portela Plaza. It's got to be another at least 500 people, 500 to maybe even 800 people on that side of the fence there. Yep. What's about to happen, we don't know, but it is certainly clear that we are getting closer to something happening. LAPD more heavily involved than I expected them to be, as they have now penetrated the encampment. They are within the walls of the encampment, and basically holding the line here until orders are given to do otherwise or advance on this crowd. Probably more officers. It's going to take more officers, I would imagine, to do that, almost certainly, and additional agencies. We know that CHP is the lead agency here, but we just don't see a whole lot of movement on their part there. We see that skirmish line where there were 2 skirmish lines about a half hour ago, 40 minutes now. There is now 1 skirmish line of CHP officers and 2 longer lines of LAPD officers. Again, that's the east side of the encampment there. That right there in the middle, if you're not familiar, is remnants from the counter-protest yesterday, where the group of pro-Israeli demonstrators were gathered around that movie screen. And there you see, in the center of your screen, is that encampment. Show me the middle. What's going on in the middle of that encampment there? Look at this. Look at this. The crowd is pushing forward, and those officers are face to face with this crowd. Here come a whole line of umbrellas. A lot more commotion now within the confines of the encampment as LAPD is now retreating. LAPD is now retreating from the encampment. They're retreating from the encampment. There are encounters with protesters. LAPD now scuffling with these protesters, the supporters who have shown up on that staircase. They are now fist to fist with some of these protesters as they try and make their way down the staircase LAPD is retreating from the encampment as the crowd has converged on at least 36 officers who were apparently holding that skirmish line. That skirmish line is not holding, and those officers now retreating as they are being pushed out completely out of the encampment by no less than a couple hundred protesters on the encampment, within the encampment, within the confines of that plywood wall. Most of them letting them go now. Officers just making their way to safety. Some tense moments there, for sure. But whatever was accomplished is now being reversed as LAPD is retreating from that encampment. And there's somebody taken down. LAPD taking somebody down there. LAPD clashing with at least one protester as they were being pushed around at the bottom of that staircase. LAPD taking somebody down, now forming a new skirmish line at the bottom of the staircase. There was an encounter there. Somebody might be hurt there, but it looks like somebody's being detained. Yep, yep, yep. Is it just one person? Okay. Look at that. The crowd appears to be cheering. I mean, they feel that they have accomplished something as LAPD has been forced to retreat from the encampment. They made their way down the stairs, encountering a bunch of protesters and supporters of the encampment, and now you see them detaining one person who is being walked away in handcuffs. This is just really a recipe for disaster here. I mean, what has changed that prompted LAPD to make their way up the staircase in the first place? We'll stick with this person here who's being walked away. But what prompted LAPD to make their way up there? I wish we were here when it happened, but I just can't tell you how that happened or what prompted that. You're looking at a protester who tried to shove some police officers as they made their way down that staircase and has now been placed into handcuffs. You can see a line of LAPD officers now just beyond that person, and they extend pretty much across the lawn, but they have retreated significantly in relation to that staircase, where now there is a whole group of people that are blocking access to the staircase, and folks all the way up the staircase into the encampment. Yeah, seriously. What's that? Oh, yeah, I know. I know. It's frustrating. And now that skirmish line is dissipating as the officers march towards the edge of the quad here. Yeah, they let him go. So that person has been let go. A group of officers now fully disengaging and going back to their base, wherever that is. You can see them now towards the back of the lawn there, but they have completely pulled back. Yep. They're still standing back there, huh? Yeah. Way back. Looks like that side of the crowd is actually dissipated a little bit. I think a lot of the folks on Portela Plaza there uh, at some point made their way to the opposite side of the encampment. And I think that's why it looks like that crowd on the west side looks so much larger than it did a little while ago. It certainly appears that that's what's happened. And we've seen some shifting in the crowd throughout the afternoon, and I think that's basically what's happened here. We're still talking about approximately the same number of people overall, in excess of about, I would say, 2,000 people or so, in addition to the encampment itself. But you can see the crowd that's been hanging around the staircase all day. Well, basically, that's what we have now. You see LAPD tried to make their way up there. They've been forced to retreat. They've been completely outnumbered after actually penetrating the encampment itself. And now hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people all the way up that staircase. And you can see the crowd of defenders who were face-to-face with the skirmish line of LAPD officers within the encampment. Well, all of them have now retreated as well further inside the encampment. What a mess. Yep. What'd I tell you? I told you. You can do some orbits. Oh, well, I figure we'll burn one more bag. What do you think? And then do a swap. Any activity there in the middle? I see some more lights. Yeah. So what they've been doing is they've been running around the south side of the library and switching sides depending on the posture of the skirmish lines. And I think the latest group made their way from that Portola Plaza around the buildings and then converged on the steps. So I think, I don't know, what would you say? I would say at least 1,500 people there. Empty? There was a report of an officer injured, but I think he was fine. Yeah, it's empty. That ambulance empty? Are they with somebody? What's that? Oh, that's weird. Are they attending to somebody there? I can't. They are treating somebody. Give me some gain. Okay. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah. All right, let's go back to the crowd there. Exactly. Look at this. Where is this? Where are you looking? I'm sorry, I looked away for a second. Got it. Got it. Okay. Very good. And our 24/7 streaming channels. Once again, Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD. We're just kind of tracking the movements of this group of LAPD officers who have retreated from the encampment, now making their way all the way back to the rear of this lawn here, closest to the activity center, I believe. And they have now been joined by a separate group of officers to form a skirmish line about a couple 100 feet away from the staircase. This is a staircase that they at one point made their way up, confronted a bunch of protesters at the top of the staircase, even entered and penetrated the plywood wall. But look at the turnout here by these supporters who were not in the encampment. These are protesters and supporters who showed up late in the day to defend this encampment. And sure enough, just look at the amount of people that have shown up not only on the west side of the encampment, but there's a whole other several hundred on the other side. I estimate in excess of 2,000 people at least, not to mention the several hundred that are actually within the encampment in the confines of those plywood walls in those tents. You can see a couple hundred people there just on the perimeter of that barricade where there are separate skirmish lines separating that crowd from the encampment. You can see CHP closest to the encampment, 2 lines of LAPD officers behind them. But it really appears to be a pretty static situation in general, aside from this little episode where LAPD made their way up the staircase into the encampment and then was put in a position where they were surrounded and were forced to retreat and encountered a little bit of resistance as they did so. But it did appear that one person may have shoved an officer. Somebody was reported to be hurt. It looked like paramedics attended to that officer, but that gurney is empty and it looks like everybody's okay down there by the activity center. And now a separate skirmish line has been established there. What we are not seeing here, folks, is the numbers. We don't see enough law enforcement in place yet to make any kind of an action to advance into this encampment. The anticipation was that there would be hundreds more officers on the scene once California Highway Patrol gave the go-ahead to move in on this so-called Gaza Solidarity encampment there at Royce Hall. But what we are seeing here is that upwards of a couple thousand people have shown up, outnumbering law enforcement in huge numbers and providing a real buffer for the folks who are residing inside the encampment. This is an encampment that has been reconstructed throughout the day, heavily defaced, heavily vandalized Royce Hall, now sealed off with debris and all kinds of makeshift materials by the folks in the encampment. There are hundreds of tents established with different specialty items in each tent, hygiene, PPE, makeshift weapons such as we've seen fire extinguishers and all kinds of defense shields, gas masks, you name it. They have come prepared for a confrontation, and it doesn't appear that they're going to get the confrontation that they were looking for or that they were preparing for. So right now, the encampment lives on for another night here. We're coming up on the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour. Whether law enforcement is going to move in on them, whether they have more officers en route, we just don't know. It just is it's just not playing out the way we all were anticipating that it would, and it seems like everybody was prepared for a much larger advance by law enforcement. But if this situation continues the way it has, I mean, this encampment will likely be right where it is tomorrow morning. We will see what happens here. We're going to stay here as long as we can, and you can see they've now moved some dumpsters to the bottom of that staircase. There are at least 1,500 people lining this staircase all the way up to the encampment there near the top. You can see just an incredible number of supporters who have shown up. Again, late in the day. This does not include the people who have been residing in this encampment. peek behind the building there, behind the drone. Who is that right there? Who's that? It is UCLA security. Okay. Got it. Nothing. I mean, there's no activity. Who's that right? Look at this. Look at this. This is CHP? Look at this. CHP. Okay. This is new. This is new. Folks, if you're just watching, we're just seeing now for the first time a large group of CHP officers lining up along Royce Drive behind Royce Hall. Look at this. There is a bus of CHP officers being dropped off behind the quad, behind Royce Hall. It looks like CHP is getting ready to move in on this encampment. Now, finally, we are seeing our first movement here of at least a couple of hundred, upwards of maybe, I would say maybe even, at least, yeah, I would say a couple hundred people here. This is starting to take shape, folks. You can see more buses. More buses. We've got 3 buses of CHP officers being dropped off behind Royce Hall and now lining up. There's more buses. All right, things are taking shape here, folks. We could count at least a couple hundred officers now lining up and preparing for action. They are fully equipped. They've got their gear on, and we will see if the situation is about to change here. But it has been mostly static throughout the night. Obviously, if you've been following along with us, we've seen some attempts to confront protesters by LAPD, but we really never expected LAPD to play a major role in this operation. It was always to be that the California Highway Patrol would take the lead in executing whatever orders were given to them in terms of handling this encampment and handling this unlawful assembly. So now California Highway Patrol immediately behind Royce Hall. By the way, Marcel, work with me here. You see where they are lined up right there where you're pointing? They're starting to walk in the direction that I want you to tilt down slightly, and you can see that the students have set up a table, a first aid table, near the very entrance. Right there is the entrance to the encampment. There's going to be a confrontation. If there's going to be a confrontation, it's going to be right here at that staircase near the top of your screen as officers eventually make their way through this parking lot. We're going to see what's going to happen here, but something is about to take place as officers finally come face to face with these protesters in the encampment who have been preparing all day to guard the entrance to the encampment adjacent to Royce Hall. This is a dramatic development that we have been anticipating all day and all night, and now you can see at this late hour as we come up on the 3 o'clock hour, finally, we are seeing a long line of CHP officers confronting this group here momentarily. And protesters walking towards them. Bottom of the screen, tilt down, tilt down, tilt down. You can see another group of protesters walking in their direction. They're going to start converging on the entrance to the encampment here. Here we go. Here we go. Batons out, shields out, riot gear, full riot gear is in place here as they make their way up the staircase. Here we go. Push in there. Let's push in and see what they do. CHP lining up here. They're now face to face with a large group of campers, essentially. The people who have been residing in this encampment, they have been planning for this moment. They have spent all day refortifying this encampment and waiting for this confrontation at the entry point of the encampment. This is the only hole left that is not boarded up. And you can just feel the tension. You can imagine what it's like down there on the ground as they start to communicate face-to-face with these protesters. There are tons of CHP behind them. We're talking about 300 CHP officers who are getting ready to force their way into this encampment. Well, this is it, folks. You can see a large group here, in excess of 200 to 300 CHP officers being dropped off by buses, ready to confront these protesters. There are folks who have been residing in this encampment on the right side of your screen here, and on the left side by that staircase right there, you're looking at a group of supporters who showed up here late in the day, part of a much larger group near the bottom of your screen. This is the same group that just forced LAPD to retreat from the encampment. Not sure how they even made it up there, but in any event, CHP now ready to execute on their orders to take this encampment down, and I think it's about to go down, folks. About 1 hour, 1 hour. People are now converging from all over that encampment right to this corner of the quad. You have supporters on the left who are here to defend the encampment, and you have the people who have been setting up this encampment all day, holding the fort down and refortifying this wall, now at the entrance of the encampment. This is the entrance to the courtyard in front of Royce Hall, where those officers have now been dropped off. Marcel, if you could do me a favor, let's just take a look and see if there's any other activity on the opposite side of Royce Hall here. Other side? Top? Nothing up there, okay. All right, let's go back over there. We are watching a standoff here at the entrance of this encampment. The walkway that leads right in front of Royce Hall is now completely blocked with protesters. You can see another line of CHP officers making their way to the front here. They have a small gap to fill, and it's about, man, I gotta say, at least 250 to 300 officers in this group here. They're gonna eventually, I would imagine, push their way up here, but this group is ready for a fight. This group is ready for a fight. I could tell you that the California Highway Patrol airship is inbound, making their way back over to campus here. Protesters coming down with pallets, batons out, and now a confrontation. CHP officers now coming fist to fist with some of these protesters, ripping some of their defenses right out of their hands. It's a scuffle. It's a scuffle at the bottom of that staircase as they fight for their shields that they've brought to the bottom there. They don't seem very well equipped, to be honest with you. This initial group down there should be easily penetrated by these officers. It's a pretty weak group, actually. They just brought some very weak shielding to try and block the entrance of the quad. But you see, they've got two groups they've got to deal with. There's a group at the top of the entrance, the top of that staircase. And then they've got hundreds of people to their right, your left of the screen here, where folks have come for the purpose of defending this encampment. Here we go, water bottles being thrown. Who knows what other liquids are being thrown here. You can see that confrontation now as CHP moves in on that staircase. They're going to be as methodical as they can here and try to use the least amount of force possible to make their way up that staircase into the encampment. But it's all happening right now, live on ABC7 and your 24/7 streaming channels here. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we continue to follow major developments here on the campus of UCLA as the CHP prepares to take down this encampment. A confrontation now taking place as hundreds of officers are now face to face with these protesters. Where's that light? Is that? That's CHP. Yeah. It's difficult to see through there. Yeah, it's yeah, you've got about 100 or so protesters in this corner of the quad. You can see several umbrellas going up. And those umbrellas could be used for defense or offense. We've seen both in the last 24 hours. You can see a large group there at the top of the staircase waiting for those officers. They're going to put up a fight, and we'll see how this plays out here. But yep, are they? Okay, copy that. Thank you. I'll tell you what, Johnny, let's go ahead and do a full orbit and we'll come right back to this position here. I just want to use this opportunity to kind of get a view on the other side of these trees here. If we could do a tight orbit so we try not to let the building get too much in the way. We'll just want to see the posture of these officers behind them. More objects being thrown at those CHP officers. Good angle. Let's push all the way in there. Look at these people. They're climbing through the bushes to try and crowd the staircase. You see a whole bunch of people on the staircase with umbrellas extended all the way out here. Let's stay tight in there. Impossible to tell. I'm just trying to decipher what the next steps here are. It's impossible to tell whether there's some kind of a dialogue being exchanged here, or what the next move here is for these officers. Trying to figure out what type of tools they can employ here within their rules of engagement to try and figure out how to get to the top of that staircase and move these people out of the way. You can see about 100 people basically on that staircase making their way up the embankment there, and a whole lot of umbrellas now extended in their direction. What are those yellow things? Oh, flashlights. Those are the flashlights. Okay. Sorry, we've got a lot of flashlights. Can't help but feel like the more time they spend here, the more opportunity the rest of the protesters inside the encampment are going to have to prepare here. Even though they've been preparing all day for this moment, you just hate to take that advantage of time away from those officers if they can move quickly up that staircase and somehow eradicate this group right here somehow. It's a tricky space to work with. It's a narrow staircase that leads to the quad up top near Royce Hall, and then you've got this whole other group to the right that they still have to deal with, hundreds of people that are climbing through these bushes and making their way up towards that group of officers. That's what I was thinking. That's why I wanted to see the other side of, if they would have come up from different angles simultaneously. Yep. All right, so that skirmish line is intact. Okay. Additional officers being dropped off. This is a separate bus. This is a separate bus of officers now being dropped off, and they're walking the opposite side of Royce Hall. They're going to come around the other side. Okay, a separate group of officers, a whole nother busload of officers has just been dropped off. They're making their way to the east side of Royce Hall. All right, protesters getting ready for a confrontation on the opposite hall as another 50 or so officers make their way along the south side of the hall here towards the quad. Yep. They may. That makes the most sense. Some of them moved over. Yep. All right, show me the big group. Some people in custody under that walkway. All right, let's bring it back over here. That drone there does not look like a police drone. Yep. All right, so that some of these officers have come from that original group. There was another bus that was dropped off here. I estimate maybe it's hard to tell with that tree there, but at least 50 or 60 officers over here now forming a new skirmish line as they get ready to advance on the opposite side of Royce Hall. You can see students confronting these officers, trying to communicate. Perhaps some chanting going on here. What is that they've used to block the staircase? There's a staircase that leads down, and that looks like some dumpsters that they've used to form a blockade. And here they go. They're going to move forward. Is that a different drone or another drone? It's another drone. More CHP moving down to the bottom here. All right, they're starting to scatter out more. This is smart here as they kind of surround this corner of the quad. There's a group right there that's going to move forward against those dumpsters, and then you have about how many over there on the right, all the way to the right? There's a small little group there, yeah, about another dozen or so. That are now just about 30 feet away from the the front of the encampment. Again, that's the east side of the encampment. If we move back over to the west side of the encampment, there is more chanting and flashlights in the faces of those CHP officers. Even a laser at one point I saw there pointing at those officers. They're screaming and chanting and refusing to let those officers budge. They haven't pushed too hard yet, but there's a lot of people in their way, and they've got to make their way up a small, narrow staircase to get into the quad here. So it's a tight space that they're working with. We do. Same pilot. And roughly 35, 40 minutes of fuel. Sounds good. All right. This is a larger contingent, perhaps from the original squad there that are moving into the south side of Royce Hall. I think they see the opportunity for somewhat easier access than that other staircase, but it seems like they've almost divided it in half, maybe. Are they? All right. So that front line there, that front line of students appears to be putting their hands up, some of them at least, and just giving up. We'll see if they can advance through those bushes here or maybe tear down that blockade. But it looks like not much resistance from that first group of students. The students are actually removing the blockade and moving the barricade from the stairs. All right, that blockade is completely gone. The barricade is gone. A large group of CHP officers now with the freedom to move down this staircase and start ripping away, I would presume, at that plywood. Look at the dozen. There's a dozen or so CHP officers now closing in on the front of the encampment, and it looks like somebody's about to give the order to go ahead and move in here. I think we're seconds away from seeing some movement here on the east end, on the east side of this encampment, where there is a large makeshift plywood wall that has been under construction all day. We'll see just how well constructed it was, but I think there's plenty of opportunity here for them to penetrate this wall and make entry into the encampment here. Doesn't seem like much in their way. They're starting to make their way down the staircase. There's another group of officers already at the bottom. Here they come. They're coming down the staircase. Maybe they're looking for some more people who are willing to negotiate here. Look at that. A whole group of students that were blocking the staircase now walking away with their hands up, being led down the back of Royce Hall. Dozens of students now being escorted away from Royce Hall with their hands up, and officers now making their way down the staircase. I think CHP sees an opportunity here to maybe negotiate with some of these people on the leading edge of the encampment. Perhaps, perhaps. All right, some barricades coming down. They're going to penetrate this wall here pretty quickly, I think. CHP officers looking for any opening to get in there and penetrate that corner of the quad, where it is, again, it's been heavily fortified throughout the day, and now they are starting to rip away at the barricade that is holding up some of that wood. They have stockpiled tons of wood over the course of the last 24 hours, and you can see that a bulk of the people in this encampment have gravitated to either side of the encampment, where there are now two sets of CHP officers attempting to penetrate the perimeter of this encampment. They've opened this side. This is the walkway that leads to the front of Royce Hall. I think that leads to the front door, if I'm not mistaken. It's a foyer that kind of leads to the front of the building here. It looks like it may be penetrated. There are a whole group of supporters and protesters under that roof there, and you can see umbrellas trying to conceal, or maybe, I don't know what they're doing with those umbrellas, quite frankly. But it's bad luck, right? They're tearing apart at that barricade. Some more pallets being pulled away here. Still, yeah. Yeah, what you? Yeah, you guys say when? Really difficult to see what's happening in here, quite frankly, but it does look like they're chipping away at whatever barricades are in their way, using multiple entry points to try and break through here. You can see them tearing up umbrellas, tearing up signs, pulling away signs, and they're taking more barricades down. On both the upstairs and at the bottom of those stairs, plywood is now coming apart, and that wall is about to come down. That plywood wall is about to come down, and the end is near for this encampment. It certainly appears as though they are not facing that much resistance, quite frankly. They're working very methodically, but they don't seem to be putting up with much fight. Yeah. Continuing to pull away at that plywood. The wall's coming down piece by piece. Hey, how are you? Okay. Okay, great. So in other words, a self-toss? Copy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Standing by. Eyewitness News, Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD with breaking news over the UCLA campus, where hundreds of CHP officers are now in the process of penetrating this week-long encampment here in front of Royce Hall. This encampment, which has been refortified over the last 24 hours, is now disintegrating at the edges as CHP starts to tear away at the plywood. There are hundreds of people inside this encampment. However, at this point, the resistance has been minimal. They've been faced with lots of flashlights and lasers, some other garbage thrown in their direction, but for the most part, they are managing to take down this barricade and take down the plywood, which has been blocking law enforcement from entering this encampment. This encampment has basically been under protester control completely for the past couple of days. It's an occupied zone in front of Royce Hall that now has a wall built on the east side as well as the west side, and now there are hundreds of CHP officers on both sides of the encampment as they tear away at this side of the encampment wall. We'll go ahead and pan over to the opposite side of Royce Hall, where there are, again, 100 or two more officers still trying to talk some sense maybe into these protesters who are preventing them from making their way up a narrow staircase to get into the quad here. Something is going off on the side. I don't know if it's fireworks or what, but something is going off. What is that? What is that? Is that bottle? Yeah, there's like some bottle rockets going off that are almost blinding up here, and it's coming from the edge there. So somebody's launching bottle rockets in some direction. I can't tell exactly where they're coming from. Anyway, you can see about 100 or so CHP officers on this side. I'm sorry, less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. There are less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. These are coming from CHP. These are coming from the CHP side of the wall, and shots are being fired into the encampment. These are not bullets. These are less lethal rounds that are being shot into the encampment. That might be what was catching the corner of my eye here. Very, very bright, and you can see something being used to launch into this encampment. They have penetrated the corner here, but they have not quite made entry into all of those tents. You can see a lot of people milling about as they were trying to make their way down that staircase right there on the right-hand side of your screen. There were a couple of dozen students blocking their way, as well as a couple of dumpsters blocking the staircase, and at some point, the students ended up putting up their hands and helping in removing the blockade, allowing those officers down the staircase. Now making their way into the encampment, penetrating that plywood wall has proven to be a little bit more difficult, but you could see whatever is being launched into the encampment is producing a haze. It's producing a haze that you can see on the camera lens here. So something has been launched in there. It is creating a haze. We're now peering through the haze to try and get a better look at both sides of Royce Hall, where now hundreds of CHP officers are executing the dispersal order that was given at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. There was an unlawful assembly declared at around 6:15. A dispersal order has been repeated over the last 6 to 7 hours, and now finally CHP moving into position to try and penetrate this encampment and as peacefully as possible remove these students and protesters from this illegal, unlawful assembly. We're still looking through some haze here. It's also a combination of some low clouds that are moving through here as well. As we peer through this moisture, you can see they are still working at trying to get through there. I don't see any actual officers in the encampment just yet, but they are chipping away there at the edges of this encampment. There are groups of people under those tents. They have shields. They're wearing helmets. They've been preparing for this moment all day long, ever since the violence broke out on Tuesday night. They've spent the entire day refortifying this encampment and shopping for materials, PPE, goggles, helmets, umbrellas, you name it. We saw groups of fire extinguishers at the ready, just waiting to be put to use here tonight, and even signs pointing protesters in the direction of the various tents. At one point, we saw a tent that literally said, protection for tonight, as they were looking for some of the PPE to try and defend against tear gas and stuff like that. But you can see it does look like CHP is slowly and gradually making their way through these tents, through that wall, and finally they will figure out who's going to put up a fight here and who will be placed under arrest. There are dozens of LA County Sheriff's buses at the ready and waiting for processing and booking of however many arrestees they have to deal with at the end of this operation. But they are fully equipped. Law enforcement from the LAPD, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol have been marshaling their forces all day long for the better part of the last 15 hours, getting into position as we've been waiting for this moment where they are finally executing that order to disperse this crowd and take down this encampment, which has just gotten to be too dangerous.
Chris Christie, it's John Gregory. Good morning to you. Just curious, have you seen any arrests so far?
We have seen a couple people detained, John, but as you can see now, we see some of this crowd starting to move away from the edge there as there's some smoke grenades going off. Not sure if it's tear gas or if it's just smoke, but we did count at least 1 or 2 people being placed in handcuffs when these CHP officers first arrived. Earlier, LAPD tried to make their way into the encampment. They actually were able to make their way up a staircase on the opposite side, and as they had to retreat because they were surrounded by protesters, there was some pushing and shoving, and one of the officers was hurt, minor injuries. He was okay, but they did detain somebody temporarily at that point and eventually let him go. LAPD now holding that skirmish line. Again, that's all happening on the opposite side of the quad here, but now you can see these tents are starting to be moved and taken down as CHP is now within the perimeter of this encampment.
Yeah, tearing down that barrier that pro-Palestinian protesters had put in place. It included plywood in some places, like a plywood wall, tents, metal barriers, and now you can see CHP moving in, breaking it down, resetting their skirmish line, it looks like. And at some point, we expect they will be moving in to clear this crowd out. As Chris mentioned, there are buses, sheriff's buses, standing by to take people to jail if they need to do that. Of course, I think the hope is that people will start to disperse at some point. But right now, it looks like this crowd, the pro-Palestinian protesters, are standing put. They're ready for this. They've been preparing for it for some time. We've seen them equipped with helmets and goggles and other types of gear to protect themselves from things like pepper spray. So they're ready for this. They've been waiting for this, and now CHP, it appears, getting ready to finally move in and clear this encampment out. As Chris mentioned, they declared it an unlawful assembly actually last night. They've made several announcements since that time on loudspeakers warning people that it's an unlawful assembly. So they've given plenty of warning. And now they're taking the next step, which is to move in and clear out the encampment. You can see more police on the far end as well. So it looks like they've got this encircled pretty well. A large number of police. Chris, you have any idea how many members of the CHP you've seen out there? It looks like hundreds.
Yeah, we're talking about at least about 300 by my estimation. We've seen about 5 buses pull in and drop these officers off, maybe even more than 300, but at least 300 by my count here. And you can see that now a little bit more of a line of scrimmage here as you have officers on the right, protesters on the left, and now a bit of a standoff right there at the perimeter. How much of a fight, how stubborn they're going to be is what we're going to find out here, but they are giving them every last opportunity to try and bring this to an end as peacefully as possible with as least amount of force as possible. You see them pulling the protesters. They're going to start doing it one by one and just peeling them off, hoping that they put up very little fight. And I think for the most part, we could say that they have not encountered quite the resistance that you would expect, although they clearly are not being welcomed in by this crowd. And so they are in a position where they are using less lethal rounds. You can see objects being thrown in their direction. There are water bottles. There are other objects. It looked at one point like there wasn't a fire extinguisher that was tossed over there. But you can see clearly now about a couple dozen protester, or a couple dozen officers on the right there, and several dozen near the top of the staircase that are trying to penetrate the entrance to Royce Hall near the top left-hand portion of your screen there. So there are two groups of officers in this shot right here, and you can see a combination of smoke and cloud that is now coming in the way here that we're trying to peer through to try and get a better glimpse. But they are face to face with these protesters who are holding up umbrellas to prevent, basically shield themselves from tear gas essentially. But they're just kind of grasping at those and tearing those umbrellas apart as well. Here's a fire extinguisher being used in the direction of those officers, John.
Yeah, and we've seen the fire extinguishers over the last few days being used by the pro-Palestinian groups. I want to go to take a look at this ground shot we have now, and it looks like it's a different angle where CHP is on the ground, moving in on that crowd. You can see members of the press there as well, and they have been talking to the crowd. It looks like they're trying to negotiate a way for them to disperse, but now it looks like they are moving in, pushing that crowd back. I don't think this is the same angle where Chris is at, because I don't see any of the fire extinguisher smoke at all. So this may be the other side of campus where they're getting into position. But yeah, the police have encircled this entire encampment area. As Chris said, hundreds of members of the CHP now in place in riot gear, working to clear this encampment. So it's quite a chaotic scene. And you can see from the air shot the fire extinguisher smoke still dissipating there. So a large contingent of the encampment, it looks like they're not moving at all, ready to kind of face off with the authorities. But others we are seeing kind of slowly filtering out, so breaking up. So we may end up with just a core group of hardcore supporters or protesters that are ending up still in place when this is all said and done. It looks like a lot of people are kind of filtering out towards the back of that crowd there. Chris, is that your impression? Do you see some people filtering off?
That's exactly right. I don't know if they're going home exactly, but I think ultimately you're going to have a good portion that do manage to sneak out of here. And most likely you will be left with a core group of holdouts who are going to fight to the bitter end. But I think you're right about that. It's striking to me how methodically they're going about this. You know, there are a number of different tactics that law enforcement could take in a situation like this to break up any kind of a protest or a riot. This is not a riot at this point, but they are facing resistance. In this case, the rules of engagement are clearly such that they are using very kid-glove care on these protesters, despite the fact that they have a lot of obstacles and things being thrown and tossed in their direction. They clearly are, somewhat restrained here in terms of how they go about doing this. They're using the least amount of force as possible, as clearly must have been the directive in terms of making sure that there is minimal injury in this process. And that, I think, really explains why this is happening so slowly and methodically, John.
Yeah, minimal injury and probably minimal arrest, too. They probably wanted to get most people just to go home and get out of the way. And like you said, we'll have maybe a couple hundred hardcore pro-Palestinian demonstrators that will probably end up going to jail at some point as police move in. Yeah, they probably want to just minimize this as much as possible for as many people as possible. That looks like what's happening right now. You can see that the large contingent of CHP there, they're just basically facing off with those Palestinian protesters and maybe negotiating too. There may be some conversation going on. Hey, it's time to go home, folks, that sort of thing. But we're just going to have to watch this.
You get the impression, yeah, you get the impression there's some kind of dialogue taking place there. Otherwise, they could easily force their way through here. Mind you, we should focus on this group here because there is a large group of well over 100 CHP officers who are being held back. They are not being welcomed up that staircase, a much narrower staircase that is proving to be very difficult for them to plow through. There's a crowd blocking their way, and they really aren't able to make their way up here. I almost wonder if they're going to make their way around, but now we're going to start to see some scuffles taking place at the leading edge of this protest. The holdouts are not going away peacefully, and so they are going to be pulled away. They're going to be peeled off of each other one by one if they continue to resist. So we're seeing some scuffles breaking out between police and protesters who are somewhat prepared, but again, not to the extent that these CHP officers are with their riot gear, John.
Yeah. At some point, the party's over, and it looks like authorities are ready to call it a night. We want to go to Jaa Patel. She's on the ground, I think at a different location. Jaa, what are you seeing?
Yeah, John, we're on the outskirts of where everything is happening now. We see CHP, we see police and riot gear, and basically they're trying to push everyone on the outskirts of the barricade over to the left. I'm not sure if you can see, but there is a large police presence to the left of us right now. And we've been hearing bangs throughout the morning, and we're trying to figure out what exactly those bangs are, if it's fireworks or flashbangs. But law enforcement were focusing their attention over near Royce Hall on the stairs. CHP officers and riot gear were lined up there, and they've been trying to push the protesters away from the encampment. Like you and Chris said, I think they're just trying to disperse everyone. Earlier, protesters were able to actually push law enforcement away, but then law enforcement retreated. So we have seen some scuffles between police and protesters. Some of those protesters even using fire extinguishers. LAPD did retreat from the encampment earlier this morning, but as you can see, they're back out here in full force trying to push people away. Lots of yelling, chanting going on out here. Another dispersal order was given earlier. And as we were coming in, we actually saw a truck full of law enforcement on scene. About an hour ago, Chris Christie mentioned that there was a truckload that actually came in. So there are trucks full of law enforcement on standby nearby campus in case they also need to come in. And we also saw LA City Fire here, 2 trucks full of deputies. And so it seems like they're trying to figure out what the best method is here to push people back. It's a little chaotic. We're staying on the outskirts here, but we see a haze of smoke over where the encampment is right now. We're not quite sure what exactly is happening there. So still chaotic, just like yesterday, but I would say definitely less violent. We've seen less fighting. We haven't seen any objects thrown yet this morning, but of course we just arrived here at the scene, so we're still trying to establish what exactly is happening here, John.
Jaysha, have you seen anybody get arrested?
So far, we have not seen anyone get arrested. Police are really just trying to push people to the side. They're telling people, move, move, move. For the most part, people seem to be listening. So we haven't seen anyone get detained yet.
And have you seen police trying to negotiate with the crowd, explaining to them, it's time to go home, that kind of thing?
So far, a little bit, yes. I think right now their focus is to just push them off campus right now. I can see more officers are going over to assist the group over here to the left. It seems like they were successful in pushing a large group of students. When we first got here, there were a lot of students, people still walking onto campus. We saw people biking and scootering here, and so people are just trying to kind of show up on campus and kind of be a part of the action here, I guess. We've seen people filming. Tensions are definitely high here, and so they're really just trying to push people away from the encampment so there's not a huge crowd here and they can do their job.
Right. Jaysha, thank you. We want to go back to Chris Christie's shop because Jaysha, we're going to stay with you. We've heard a number of large bangs. Do you have any idea what that is? Is it fireworks? Is it flashbangs?
That's what we're trying to figure out. When we first got here, we assumed it was flashbangs, but we see that things were being launched into the air, so they may actually be fireworks. And you may remember yesterday when we were doing our team coverage out here, overnight, there were actually fireworks being launched into the encampment by counter-protesters. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they are fireworks. It seems like the protesters today are better equipped than they were yesterday. They have masks. Some of them had shields, like Chris had mentioned earlier this morning. So they are better equipped than they were yesterday, but there's also less fighting, and so it seems like that equipment, it doesn't seem like it needs to be used as much as it probably was needed yesterday.
All right, Jaysha, thank you. We want to show you some other video we're getting from ABC News and CNN. It did show several people being taken into custody, so authorities are making some arrests. We don't have a number at this point, but it looks like some people are being taken away, and the negotiations appear to be continuing with other members of the group. And you can just see, look at all the debris and material that is standing in the way there. The cardboard, the plywood, the metal grates. That's what police are contending with as they try and get into this encampment and clear people out. And I imagine they're going to have to bring in trucks to clear a lot of it out, too. Here's some more of that video of people being detained and taken away. It looks like 4 or 5 people being taken away. Live pictures on the right. Is that, Rita, what we're looking at? Or the left? Yeah, the people being taken away. There we see another group on the stairs there. Looks like these people are just witnesses and just watching it all unfold. We don't know if they're protesters. It doesn't look like they're part of the protest movement, but there are more people being taken into custody, being escorted away by members of the CHP, and looks like being handled quite gently. It doesn't look like anybody's being pushed around too much, which is a good sign. But there, one person had a helmet on, you could see. So yeah, they're prepared for this. They've been preparing for days, and now slowly but surely, police moving in to break things up. Another. We want to go to Marco Robles. He's live on the ground for us. Mark, what are you seeing?
Yeah, John, good morning. Clearly a high tense situation out here outside of Royce Hall at UCLA. We hear those flashbangs just off to my right, and over here you see we have individuals from the demonstration that are being handcuffed and walked away. A line of them, well over a dozen of these demonstrators that have been detained this morning with these perhaps more of the plastic handcuffs, and they're walking away. A huge law enforcement presence here on campus, and a lot of these flashbangs going off in the distance. Yesterday at this time, it was really more of a focused concentration of where all of the energy was going, and right now it's kind of coming from two different locations here on campus, both from the original encampment location and then off to our left. There is a huge group, but law enforcement, as we just got here, they wanted us to stay put right where we are standing. To be honest, I don't think we're far from where Jaa is located. This is all kind of in the same vicinity. As you mentioned, the fortifying of that encampment, it was so interesting yesterday to see how the demonstrators in the pro-Palestinian side of this situation were refortifying their encampment walls, all of those cardboard, or not cardboard, but the wood barriers surrounding the barriers of their tent city. They were fortifying that throughout the morning yesterday with law enforcement just standing by. Of course, at that time it was a smaller group of law enforcement, and now it has really expanded as far as the law enforcement presence overnight. And sorry, so much noise coming from these bangs just outside of Royce Hall here on campus. It is a high tense situation trying to diffuse, disperse, and to get this crowd to leave. And it looks like almost like some fireworks kind of going into the sky right above the encampment area. John, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark. Mark, do you have any idea what different police agencies we're talking about? We know it's CHP, I guess LAPD's out there. Any sheriffs as well?
We have seen LA County Sheriff's deputies. Yesterday, the two largest contingents were LAPD and the California Highway Patrol, as you mentioned, but there was mutual aid involved. I mean, yesterday we saw some officers from Santa Monica and Culver City. So it's hard to tell exactly all of the different agencies on site this morning, but certainly LAPD and CHP, I think, are making up the huge majority of the officers on site. Now, the group that's off to our left, they are being pushed back just a bit. I want to say that the group that's off to our left was maybe 50 yards closer to us, and so they're being moved away in a direction that's further away from Royce Quad and Royce Hall here on campus. So that's further away from the encampment. Unclear if those are some members of the pro-Palestinian group that were outside of the encampment, or if these are Israel supporters here who also arrived overnight. There is a lot to kind of sort out about who's on which side of this situation, and more of these bangs going off.
Mark, we want to go to Jaa Patel. She just saw somebody getting arrested. Jaa, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Brian, right now someone just John, someone just got detained over here. Earlier I said that the police were actually trying to push people over here to the left. Now you can actually get a closer look at what exactly they're doing. You can see that they're slowly trying to push them off campus, and a couple of people seem to have been detained. It seems like police have lined up. They're trying to be in uniform, move forward together so they can move everyone at once. But of course, protesters very upset. Tensions are high here, so they're not very happy about the fact that they're being pushed pushed away. But I will say law enforcement has made a lot of progress within the last 30 minutes. When we first got here, there was a huge crowd surrounding the barricades near the encampment, and now that they're slowly pushing these protesters away, the area is starting to clear around the encampment. Over where the actual encampment is and where the stairs are, it seems like law enforcement may actually be trying to tear down the encampment. And so right now it seems like basically they're just trying to clear the area. Protesters do not want to stand down. They definitely don't want to go home. And so right now, this is basically what we're seeing. And we're still hearing those possible flashbangs or those fireworks. They're still going off. Behind me, you can hear that they're telling people to move forward. They're chanting. They're telling people to move. They're making very slow progress out here. So far, we don't see anyone being detained currently, but they really are trying to make some progress out here, John, trying to push these protesters off of campus.
Hey, Jaisha, what part of, where are you located on the campus? Are you on the Powell Library side or on the Royce Hall side?
Yes, Powell Library.
Yeah, we are near Powell Library right now. That's exactly where we are.
I'm just trying to get our bearings straightened out. Okay, so Jaisha, we'll check back.
I don't know if you just saw that, but you just saw an officer throw a flashbang into the air in front of us.
Okay, so police using flashbangs trying to disrupt this crowd, break it up. All right, Jaisha, thank you. We'll check back with you. Meanwhile, we are seeing more people being taken into custody. And Marco Robles is live at that scene. Marco, looks like more arrests.
Yeah, more people being walked away as we speak. Again, it's kind of been a steady flow of individuals who are being walked away. The individuals you're seeing who are cuffed and being walked past us, I believe they're coming from the area where Jaisha was reporting from. And, they're kind of being walked away without incident. There's no struggle at this point with these individuals. There is just a huge number of people here compared to yesterday. I know Chris Christie earlier during our overnight coverage from Air 7 was speaking about the huge increase in bodies that were here on campus overnight. That more individuals came to respond, to join the encampment area. I want to direct our attention now back over to our left, near the encampment. There is more smoke now coming up from the encampment border. I see some of the media pushing back just a bit. There's been these flashbangs going off. There was no smoke prior to that. So certainly a developing situation here as people are being detained. Law enforcement now moving back in closer to the encampment. Of course, they're all in this tactical gear. They got their helmets on and shields and whatnot. And so officers are kind of staged around this entire area, both to our left and then beyond these barriers, closer to this encampment, this tent city from the pro-Palestinian side. They, of course, have refused to leave after refortifying their perimeter yesterday, bringing more supplies and materials, and they, at least a large number of them, not moving this morning despite this order to vacate the area.
Hey, Mark, where is your location? I know Jaisha's over by the Powell Library. Where are you located?
To be honest, we're not far from where Jaisha is. We're just outside of Royce Hall as well, here in Royce Quad, where the encampment is. I mean, I think we're all kind of on top of each other, but there's so much happening and so much to show you from the two locations. And again, just off to my left, you can't even see it. There is the group that has been pushed back by now 100 yards. Law enforcement kind of gave us a forceful direction to back up just a bit. So not sure if we're kind of in danger where we're located, but they just told us to back up from our current spot just by about 5 feet. As the bangs are going off from each and every direction, John, you can understand how disorienting that is.
Sure.
And more of these individuals now being pulled out from the encampment area. We got 2 more right here being walked out by officers.
Mark,
so
it looks like
to really sort out about.
Mark, it looks like authorities are being fairly gentle with people. Is that fair to say? I haven't seen anybody getting pushed around too much.
At least from our standpoint, I mentioned that just a moment ago, kind of without incident. You know, everyone that we see that is detained, you know, they're walking with the officer. There's no struggle. Unclear what happened, in the moments when they're initially detained. But from what we see, everyone being detained is moving willingly with these officers.
Yeah. Mark, also, I'm curious, yesterday, of course, we had that large pro-Israel group out there. Are we seeing pro-Israel demonstrators out there as well today?
That's what I'm trying to decipher, John. I'm not sure. Overnight, Chris Christie, it was his understanding that some of the folks that had gathered here on campus were simply additional pro-Palestinian supporters who were on the perimeter or exterior of the encampment here.
Okay.
Whether or not a large contingent of Israel supporters also arrived last night as they did the night before, that is unclear. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what that situation is as far as the numbers.
Okay, Mark, we'll check back with you. Jaysha, we want to check in with you. I heard some chanting there. Any idea what those folks were saying?
Yeah, John, I'm off camera right now, so you can kind of see exactly what's happening. Those protesters are very angry that they're being slowly pushed off campus, and they're shouting "shame on you" to the police here in riot gear. Now, about 10 minutes ago, we did see one of those law enforcement officers use a flashbang, and so they're slowly using those flashbangs, and they're slowly walking up together to try to push these protesters, but these protesters definitely not backing down. They want to stay on campus, and so they're making very slow progress here. You can probably hear in the background that those flashbangs or fireworks are still going off over where the actual encampment is, where law enforcement are actually trying to tear down that encampment slowly. So things are very tense. Earlier this morning, there was another dispersal order here on campus. We've seen truckloads of law enforcement arrive here. As we were driving in, we also saw truckloads on standby in case more CHP deputies, LAPD, they need to move in. They also have these loudspeakers on top of trucks off campus in case they need to also bring those in. But earlier, the focus really seemed to be around the stairs at Royce Hall, but now the attention seems to be off to the left near the library, where they're trying to slowly push these protesters out. But again, John, they're not backing down. They're still here. They're currently not moving. They're just at a standstill.
And Jaysha, clarify, are these people we're seeing on camera, are they part of the encampment, or are they people who just showed up to try and support the people in the encampment?
See, and that's what we're not sure about, because, you know, as you imagine, over the course of the week, we've had a lot of people who aren't even students come on campus. And so right now it appears like it's a mix of people who have just walked onto campus. Earlier this morning, I saw people still biking and scootering onto campus to try to film what's going on here. So that's also something law enforcement has to deal with, is people who just kind of want to come on campus to see what's happening. And then you have people who are part of the encampment, and you have people here that have come out to help protest with the pro-Palestinian protesters here. And so it seems like it's just a mix of people here on campus right now, John.
Right. And Jaysha, I asked Mark this as well. Have you seen any pro-Israel demonstrators in the crowd?
I have not seen one pro-Israel protester right now. I haven't seen any flags. It seems at this time it is all pro-Palestinian protesters. Okay,
yeah, the reason I ask is if we're going to have problems, that's where it could come about, if we have pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian protesters clashing. But as you mentioned, as Mark mentioned, we haven't seen any of that this morning, unlike yesterday when we did have some violence break out. So it looks like police continue with their efforts to push this crowd out, to break up this encampment. A lot of confusion out there. We are seeing arrests. Everything appears to be moving along rather orderly when it comes to these arrests. We're not seeing people getting knocked around too much. You can see on the right there, it looks like it's being done in as gentle a fashion as you can do something like that. And police have been talking to the people in custody as they take them off. So it looks like so far that part of the process is moving along smoothly enough. We want to check back in with Mark Cota-Robles. He's also on the ground witnessing some of this. Mark, what's the latest?
Yeah, John, we have moved now just about 50 yards closer. We're now in Royce Quad here outside of Royce Hall. You see these individuals right here behind me that have been detained. This is just outside the perimeter of this encampment where there is just a ton of activity. Now that I see a better view here of what's happening within that encampment, it has been somewhat broken down. Law enforcement is within the encampment right now. Tents are being taken down. The pop-up tents are being discarded from the encampment as we speak. There were more of the wood boards. Those are being broken down right now by law enforcement. So within that encampment, there's currently a mix of those pro-Palestinian supporters and law enforcement all within that area right now, but things are being tossed out as we speak. The screaming, the shouting, the bangs, the flashbangs, they all continue right here at the encampment that's been in place now for several days. And after yesterday, even more and more of these Palestinian supporters arrived here at campus, bringing in more materials, more PPE, and refortified their walls. Those walls, the perimeter of this encampment now being broken down by law enforcement as they finally made that decision to move in. It was pretty interesting yesterday to see law enforcement move in early overnight and then around 8 a.m. all leave the area. I say all, by and large, a large number of the law enforcement left the area. And for the early morning hours, there was a reduced number of law enforcement that was just on standby watching the refortification happen of the perimeter of this encampment. Just behind us, we don't need to show you, but just behind us we have a large number of law enforcement now heading in this location to join us where we are. So perhaps they're going to come to the encampment as well to assist the officers that are moving through to discard this material. They are really making a push right now inside this encampment. There is a lot of shouting, more of these flashbangs and fireworks going into the sky outside of Royce Hall. Lots of commotion there right now within the encampment.
And Mark, we've seen
these individuals just off to our right. They're now being moved out that were cuffed.
Okay, yeah, I can see some people being taken out. Mark, we've been seeing a lot of smoke out there, and we think it's fire extinguishers being used by the pro-Palestinian demonstrators. Is that your take? Yeah, it looks like it from that angle, too.
Yeah, that's a good question. We were looking at that as well. We don't smell any type of a gas or an irritant, and we've kept our distance just a bit, so not 100% sure exactly if that is a fire extinguisher or what exactly they're blowing into the air there. But we have seen that periodically as well, but I don't see anyone wearing masks over there, so it does not appear to be any type of like a tear gas or an irritant. We're just not sure, but you know, we see that and we kind of have the same question that you do.
Yeah, I can see a big cloud of that material again. And we have seen more arrests. All right, Mark, thank you. More arrests happening and police standing off with those hardliners. We mentioned this. Police moved in. A lot of people kind of dispersed on their own, but you do have that hardcore group of demonstrators who are making a stand, and at some point police are moving in and taking away individuals with zip ties to take them in for arrest. Let's check back in with Jaa Patel.
Yeah, as you can see right now, we're standing right behind officers. Earlier I was telling you that they were pushing protesters slowly off campus. Right now they are at a standstill. You can see that these pro-Palestinian protesters, they're standing there arm in arm, holding up peace signs, yelling "Free Palestine." And so right now it seems like they're at a standstill. Officers aren't moving forward. We haven't seen any skirmishes out here. We haven't seen anyone get detained within the last, I would say, 15-20 minutes. John, so right now we're trying to figure out what exactly is happening here. It seems like officers are just kind of waiting it out at the moment.
Yeah, Jaa, it looks like this group is determined to make a confrontation with police. Again, they've locked their arms, they're standing put, and police are kind of facing off with them. We want to remind you it is close to 4 a.m. I'm John Gregory, and along with Rachel Brown. Good morning.
Good morning, and we've been on air since about 3:20 this morning. We've been streaming overnight. We're following this unrest as police work to move protesters off the campus of UCLA. This is mainly happening near Royce Hall, and it sounds like Powell Library. I heard you talking with Jaa earlier.
Yes, that quad area is what we're talking about. On one side you have Royce Hall, the other side you have Powell Library. And that is where all this is taking part. We have that large group of pro-Palestinian demonstrators and now a very large force of police, mostly CHP, but also LAPD and the LA County Sheriff's Department, now moving in to disperse this crowd and bring this standoff to a halt. They declared an unlawful assembly yesterday, so they've given plenty of warning about this, and they've made several announcements overnight warning the crowd that something like this would happen at some point. And now, of course, it is taking place.
Protesters, they've been camped out all week protesting the war between Israel and Hamas. Let's send it to Mark Cotaropolis. He's live on scene.
Yeah, Rachel, John, good morning again to both of you and to our viewers here joining us here at 4 a.m. This is a dynamic situation. You see some smoke here coming out of the encampment from demonstrators inside the wall here of the pro-Palestinian encampment that's been on site on campus here for several days. Law enforcement has been breaking down this barrier over the past 30 minutes or so, and they are tossing items outside into Royce Quad here, just outside of Royce Hall. John mentioned earlier it might just be fire extinguisher because there's no odor here to the smoke that's in the air, but just a ton of commotion right now, high tension as this group, this pro-Palestinian group on campus that set up this encampment with tents has refused to leave. They were given that order yesterday afternoon. Law enforcement right now using knives to break up the tent material to toss it over the perimeter fencing here. So they're doing everything they can to toss stuff out. There's just an incredible amount of material. We saw that yesterday from Air 7 HD, how much material was within this encampment, not just the tents, but all of the materials to support this little tent city, the PPE, the food, the sanitation items, and now the hundreds of individuals as well, on top of the hundreds more that gathered overnight, not only within the encampment itself, but on the exterior. I believe that's closer to where Jasha is located, over by the library. We're trying to get our bearings kind of set here as far as where everybody is located, but just an incredible law enforcement presence. What a difference from yesterday. We saw a lot of law enforcement yesterday morning, but you know, they formed that skirmish line yesterday, and there was not as much action as we're seeing this morning. This effort to really break down this encampment, to clear it from the university. The chancellor of the university made that statement now over 24 hours ago that the university supports peaceful protest. This clearly has gone far beyond that, preventing the university from completing its academic mission, which is educating students. The point being made there that classes yesterday here at UCLA were canceled because of these counter protests between pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian supporters here on campus. What a sight. Heartbreaking to see this happen here on the university campus as so many students approaching the end of the spring semester, and those seniors looking forward to graduation as well. There's a lot of moving parts right now. Really, you look left, you look right, there's something to see. It's high tension, no doubt. John, Rachel, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. We want to check back in with Jaa Patel, where it looks like those students have locked arms and are now standing off with police.
Yeah, John and Rachel, they're still standing arm in arm behind me. You can probably hear them chanting. They've been yelling, "Free Palestine." They've been holding up peace signs. And just recently, I heard them also shout, "Where were you yesterday?" You may remember yesterday, last night, when all of those skirmishes were happening here on campus, those counter-protesters came on campus and were throwing fireworks, scooters, objects into the pro-Palestinian encampment here at UCLA. Protesters still very upset about that because it took law enforcement 2.5 hours to move in and try to disperse everyone here. And so protesters are standing off right now with law enforcement, asking them, where were you yesterday? For the most part over here, it's been peaceful. They're at a standstill, basically. Earlier, law enforcement was moving in a straight line, trying to push these protesters slowly off campus. But right now, you can see that these protesters are just standing arm in arm, chanting. We haven't seen anyone get detained, but about 30, 40 minutes ago, we did see one person person get detained further back. And so right now we're a little far from where Mark probably is, where near the encampment. We're near Powell Library. It seems like no progress currently is being made to push these protesters off campus. They're definitely upset that the law enforcement is trying to take them off of campus. They're not backing down, and so John and Rachel, still a tense situation here, but you can definitely hear those flashbangs or fireworks in the background. As for here, that's not happening.
Okay, Jaa, thank you for that report. Let's go back to Mark Cotorobles, where we see a lot of officers moving in. Are they making any headway in terms of moving those protesters off campus?
Okay, we're trying to get a hold of Mark there. Maybe he can't hear us right now. He's on the Royce Hall side of this demonstration. We believe Jaa is on the Powell Library side, so we have reporters on either side of this scene as it unfolds here. And you can see police are really making an effort to break down those barriers and get in there and break up this encampment. Mark, can you hear us now?
Yeah, we got you now. Now, where we're located is where some of these wood boards and anything within the encampment, they may toss it our way. So we're being told to move back, because as they break down this encampment, they're going to be tossing those materials in our direction. So absolutely, Rachel was asking that question about headway being made. They moved in a hurry here. This looks like Inland CHP is this agency that we're looking at. These are members of the Inland CHP that are on site this morning, working to break down kind of the second half of this encampment, this perimeter that was refortified yesterday with more of these wood boards. There are dozens and dozens of officers, and here we go. Some of these boards, they're going to be tossed right here over the perimeter in our direction. Media being told to get back just a bit. I mean, we're just 10 feet back.
Yeah.
Yep, being told to be pushed back.
Yeah, to stay safe.
And consider this, these law enforcement officers are face to face with the protesters. Look, if you can tell, if you can see, as they move these wood boards, directly on the other side are protesters.
And Mark,
and now we got projectiles.
Okay, I was just going to ask that for our viewers who are just joining us. What are these bangs that you're hearing out there?
Yeah, it's just a moment. You can repeat that question, but I was watching where these projectiles were coming from. These are projectiles from law enforcement. These are flashbangs coming from law enforcement, and I do see a large number of these pro-Palestinian demonstrators that retreated in a real hurry when those started firing off.
An absolute massive police presence. I know you said dozens of law enforcement. Would you say hundreds by this point?
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's no question. No question. I mean, I don't have an exact figure for you, but certainly hundreds. Overnight, we know that some of these law enforcement officers arrived by the busload on the back side of Royce Hall.
And it
this is perhaps the loudest. I was just going to say that this is the loudest offensive from law enforcement. I mean, they are firing off these flashbangs just 10 feet away from us in their effort to push back these pro-Palestinian demonstrators. I mean, look at this. Within a minute, they took down the entire perimeter wall of this encampment.
Wow. Wow, and I believe so that your camera.
What they're using is a launch rocket, I'm told.
Okay.
Yeah, and those barriers coming down piece by piece as police continue to break up this encampment and move in. I know from the air earlier this morning, Chris Christie was overhead, and he mentioned there are 300 or 400 members of law enforcement deployed, and that was at that time, which was around 3:20. So perhaps more have moved in since there. So yeah, massive police presence. They apparently have also brought in buses, the Sheriff's Department buses, to cart people away to jail if they have to, if they get large numbers. We have seen arrests. We're seeing more as we speak. But the numbers have not been very large, individuals, 2 or 3 at a time. So I think the hope is by law enforcement that most of these people at some point will disperse on their own. But there's always that hardcore group of demonstrators that they really struggle with, and we're seeing that as well.
Let's go back to Jaa Patel. Her camera is on the left side of your screen. Jaa, what are you seeing?
Yeah, John and Rachel, protesters still here arm in arm chanting towards law enforcement. You can see they're chanting things like Free Palestine. They're also very upset at law enforcement for their response yesterday when they didn't arrive on campus or didn't move in, excuse me, for 2.5 hours when there was physical altercations and things being thrown into the encampment by counter protesters. And so they've been yelling things about the LAPD. Where were you yesterday? They've also been comparing police to the KKK here. Earlier, the law enforcement basically in a line was trying to push these protesters off campus, but right now they're at a standstill. But you could see that the amount of protesters has significantly decreased. When we first got here, there were tons of people on campus, and I think the issue is here that people off campus who don't go to school here are also coming here just to see what exactly is going on. So that crowd was growing and growing, but around 3:30 a.m. when that law enforcement was trying to move everyone away from the encampment area, people started to go home. And so right now where we're standing, this is basically, I would say, less than 100 protesters standing here, not ready to leave. They're very upset that they're trying to be pushed off of campus, but they're not backing down. No idea how long that they'll be standing here or when law enforcement will try to move in again. John and Rachel.
Thank you. We do have a view from the air now, it looks like, and you can see some cloudy smoke over the encampment. We believe the protesters have been using fire extinguishers. Also, a lot of flashbangs from authorities. That probably is contributing to a lot of that smoke you're seeing there. We don't believe there's a fire or anything like that. At least at this time, we've heard no reports of that. So that's certainly good news. But you can see that there is that large encampment still in place. These are the hardcore protesters who are not giving up. It's probably about half the size that it was yesterday. Yesterday we had two different kind of pieces of the encampment separated by a walkway, and now it looks like we just have that one group still hanging on there as police continue to encircle them.
And this is what police are trying to remove this morning. Let's send it up to Scott Reif, who's live in Air 7 HD over this encampment.
Yeah, Rachel and John, we just got back overhead, and boy, when we were coming in here, we saw all the flashbang grenades. Now, when you heard those bangs, they were actually the flashbang grenades. They're really just trying to get everybody's attention, scare the crowd a little bit, and maybe get some of those folks who aren't too intent on staying to just give themselves up, turn around, get tide wrapped, and then get booked. But you could tell right there were all the LAPD officers, the CHP, LAPD, and even LA County Sheriff's deputies, that skirmish line. That's where we had all the debris you see on the top of your screen. That's where they had the railing, that's where they had the plywood and the tents. That's all been torn down by officers, and slowly but surely they're moving, which would be to the west, towards the totality of this encampment. It isn't as big as it was yesterday. It looks like a lot of folks earlier that were here, a lot of the protesters that were here decided, hey, we're going to give ourselves up. We saw several dozen just walk off, but the ones that have decided to entrench themselves in here, LAPD officers and other SWAT team officers are just slowly but surely, methodically working their way in. And it is so difficult to do this. There are hundreds of officers here, if not several hundred, but it can take as many as 2 or 3 or 4 officers to take one individual who actually is in a confrontation with officer into custody. And what's interesting is you see a line of protesters right up against the line of officers there in their riot gear. And right now, the officers in this situation, they're just trying to do this as peacefully as possible, but you see how difficult it is once you start to have encounters with individuals that may throw bottles or rocks or may assault a police officer. To take these individuals into custody is extremely complicated. They train for this, but it is very, very difficult. This is going to take some time. This is going to be ongoing throughout the morning. There is no question about that, maybe even into the afternoon, because these things do not transpire quickly. Not only that, I think they're trying to keep as many people away from this area as possible, but UCLA is so big that it's almost impossible to shut down all the avenues to get to Royce Hall. Not Royce Hall, it's Dixon Plaza next to the Quad, which is next to Royce Hall. But as you can tell, it's nearly impossible to stop people from coming in. And then there's that debate about how many of these individuals are students and how many are not. So certainly, Rachel and John, this is going to be ongoing ongoing for some time, and I think we're going to start to see confrontations between those who are really resisting to leave and officers that have the duty to take them into custody and walk them out. It's going to be extremely complicated and difficult.
Yeah, certainly will be. It's going to be a long day, let's put it that way. Okay, Scott, thank you. We have seen arrests. We have not seen a lot of forcing people into arrest. People have been cooperating, the ones that we have seen, and we assume those are the people who just don't have the heart for this kind of thing. It's the diehard group that is still in place there that we're going to probably see some more conflict or serious confrontations, because those folks, it appears, are determined to stay put. We want to go back to Mark Cotorobles and check in with him. Mark, what's the latest?
And John, kind of speaking to what you just said, we are seeing some of that conflict, the face-to-face interaction here with law enforcement and the pro-Palestinian demonstrators that have remained in the encampment right now. Those diehards, as you mentioned, I'll step out of the way. We got a better look here. I mean, they are literally face-to-face with law enforcement, and within the past couple of minutes, there are moments of heated confrontation. Things are being shouted back and forth. There's pushing and shoving. It then did not escalate beyond that. So law enforcement holding its line. The protesters, those diehards, holding their line as well. I can see, I'm looking here, that they are linked. They have linked their arms. A mix of men and women here. They have their own helmets on. They have eye protection on. Law enforcement, it is mostly CHP from what I can see. It's a mix of different divisions here. I see Border CHP, Inland CHP. I also see CHP Southern Division here in Southern California on site. So there are multiple divisions here that have responded to UCLA to handle this confrontation, this removal of protesters from the UCLA campus. Those flashbangs, obviously, they continue. It is incredibly noisy out here. The shouting continues. But there is that difference between the diehards and then those protesters that retreated when this perimeter wall of the wood barriers came down within about a minute, maybe 10 minutes ago. There were dozens of protesters that I saw retreat further back into the encampment, and then you have this remaining line that is not budging. They have linked arms and now face to face with law enforcement. So now we are standing by figuring out what's going to happen next. Rachel and John, will send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. Let's go back now to Jaa Patel. What are you seeing? Are officers negotiating with these protesters? Is there any sort of communication right now?
John and Rachel, there is no communication happening here. They're at a complete standstill. Law enforcement is basically just posted up here in a straight line. They're not saying anything to these protesters, and these protesters are just basically chanting at them. Now, earlier they pushed them over here slowly, but within the past, I would say 40 minutes, there hasn't been an effort to move them further off campus. So right now, at a complete standstill, these protesters, pro-Palestinian protesters, arm in arm, chanting things like "Free Palestine." I did want to add in that the Daily Bruin, which is UCLA's student-run newspaper, they posted that so far dozens of protesters have been detained. Earlier, about an hour ago, we did see one person, a part of this group of protesters, who was detained. But it's been about a week since that encampment where Mark is right now has been on campus. The amount of protesters here significantly has decreased. Earlier this morning, before our morning show started, there was a extremely large group of protesters, people also still walking onto campus from outside of campus just to see what was going on. And so law enforcement have done a good job of basically dispersing a majority of those protesters. And where we are, you can see less than 100 protesters are standing in front of law enforcement right now. And so at this time, it seems like there's no effort being made to push them off of campus further, but these protesters definitely angry that the law enforcement is attempting to move them, and so they're not backing down, John and Rachel.
Yeah, I bet that police just want to show that force, and maybe their show of force, they're hoping their show of force will push people off of the campus. Okay, Jaa, thank you for that report.
Well, Jaa, can you clarify real quick, are these protesters who are watching, are these people who came to support the people in the encampment, or are these people who are part of the encampment? I'm just a little backwards in my coordinates.
John John and Rachel, it seems like they are people who came to support or either were inside of the encampment. They are talking to media, so we're not quite sure if they're students, if they were people who were within the encampment, if they came off campus. But it seems like earlier when we came here, a large group of people came to actually support these protesters, because you may remember yesterday, the counter-protesters were throwing things inside of their encampments. It seems like a lot of people who have no association with the school just wanted to come out here and show their support and help them reinforce the encampment. But as you can see where Mark was, that's not panning out. The encampment is slowly coming down, and the amount of protesters here have decreased throughout the morning. It's getting smaller and smaller.
Jaisha, I know you've been on campus for a long time now. You may not know this, but are you seeing anyone enter campus? This is, of course, UCLA, a public campus. I know there have been restrictions over the past few days, but are you seeing anyone come onto campus?
Right now, I don't see anyone walking onto campus. When I first got here, I saw people on bicycles, on scooters, still coming onto campus with their phones, wanting to record. But actually, where I'm standing, I can see some law enforcement units, potentially sheriff's deputies leaving right now. But I do know when we first got here, there were actually trucks full of deputies and CHP officers off of campus in case they needed to come in. And we've seen some of those trucks come in to reinforce what's happening here. I thought I heard something.
All right, Jaisha, we want to.
It seems like there's nothing really happening here. It seems like there's a standstill.
All right, Jaisha, we want to check in with Scott Reif. And Scott, Jaisha mentioned these people that she's seeing. These are people supporting the encampment people, and that really complicates efforts for law enforcement because they literally have crowds on both sides of them.
Yeah, they certainly do. On the top of your screen, that's the real standoff between CHP officers in their riot gear and the protesters that have been here for a week or so in the tents. But on the bottom of your screen, there are more protesters that have showed up to support them. And you can see that group right there. Now, earlier in the morning, understand that LAPD officers had a skirmish line down here, and they were actually pushed back going to the left side of your screen. They'd like to get up onto that grass area, but they've just encountered too many people that will not move. And so at this point in time, it's just methodical. You know, the police cannot move into all areas at once because then it's just chaos. And these things are so complicated and so difficult to proceed when you start to take individuals into custody. As you can see right now, it's a standoff. It's just a timing issue. Can we talk these people into giving themselves up? At such point in time comes where you can't do any more talking and you have to take them into custody if they don't go peacefully. Remember what happened at USC? They had that circle of 24, a couple dozen people right in the middle of Alumni Park, and every single one just got up and put their hands behind their back, and they took the zip ties and they processed them. They were charged for trespassing and basically just left go. But in a situation like this, it's completely different. These individuals do not look like they're going to be compliant, and then we're going to have altercations between them and the police, and this can get out of control very, very quickly. And that's why I showed you the bottom of the screen, John. That's what you were talking about. That's where we had people showing up to support the protesters, and what they're trying to do is keep as many people away as possible. Of course, in-session classes have been canceled. They were yesterday, they are today, and they are tomorrow, but UCLA is a massive complex with a lot of ways in. You just can't shut it down completely, and there's the group that you were talking about, John. So this has the potential to really go crazy here when they start to take people into custody. It is going to get dicey. We'll just have to see how this plays out, but it's going to be a long-playing situation. There are hundreds and hundreds of protesters, and there are hundreds and hundreds of officers here, mostly CHP in that line you see right there. Behind them is some LAPD officers in their riot gear. They're ready to support them if needed. Then we do have some LA County Sheriff's deputies in the area, but you can tell there are a lot of, there's a huge police presence here, and they're just hoping they can talk a little bit of sense into some of these protesters. They are going to get removed. The dispersal order has gone out. They are going to get removed. It's just a matter of how hard they are going to resist being taken into custody, and we're just going to have to see how that plays out. But it's going to play out through the morning and probably into the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Scott, since you are the only one with the aerial view, which can really make it easier to see the big picture, are you seeing any significant movement whatsoever? People coming in, people leaving?
No, we don't see much of that at all right now. It seems to be pretty static, You're seeing a little haze in our shot right now, and that's the marine layer that's moving in. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can even stay here, because we're being pushed a little lower, as you can probably tell from the noise on the ground. But no, I don't see a lot of movement, Rachel. Give us a little bit of a wide shot, if you would, Marcel, and we'll get a better perspective of exactly what we're looking at here at UCLA. There's the quad. Royce Hall is right there. The bottom of your screen are the individuals who've come to support the protesters, and then of course you have the encampment. And it looks like the officers in question here, the hundreds and hundreds, it wouldn't surprise me if there's 300 or more. You don't see them all at once, but they're also not just forming a line and surrounding the protesters, they're throughout the campus trying to stop people, discourage them from coming onto campus, because the more people they have to deal with, the harder the situation is going to be.
Yeah, certainly. All right, Scott, we'll check back. We want to go to Mark Coderobles on the ground where that standoff continues. Mark.
Yeah, John and Rachel, hard to say that anything is calm about the current situation, but this is the calmest demeanor between the two sides over the past hour that we have seen. Law enforcement holding their line, the protesters holding their line. I have heard from within the encampment, Free Palestine, those chants. It's very noisy in there. About 10 minutes ago, there was an announcement from a police captain with the UC police, from Royce Hall, from a loudspeaker, telling the crowd that this was an unlawful assembly, telling them to disperse, telling them that if they remain, they are risking their safety and potential injury. So you see right here, this is that line between the demonstrators and the law enforcement made up of California Highway Patrol. Over the past 10 to 15 minutes or so, I have not seen any additional apprehensions, anyone detained. In addition to those that we saw earlier, dozens have been detained overnight. That is a difference from yesterday. Yesterday, we really did not see that type of activity, and that's where there were a lot of questions about the law enforcement response yesterday. I also want to make one thing clear about where we are standing on this side of the encampment. This is where just over 24 hours ago, there was that head-to-head confrontation between the pro-Israel side and the pro-Palestinians here at the encampment perimeter. So we're standing where the Israeli supporters were just 24 hours ago. That presence is no longer here on campus from what we can see. What law enforcement is dealing with is the remainder of the demonstrators from the Free Palestine side within the encampment area. But over the past 30 minutes, I want to say the first 20 feet of the encampment has been dismantled. They took down the tents, they took down other items, they have tossed it over the barrier walls, which is just right here in front of us. So the dismantling has begun, clearly an effort to completely dismantle this encampment after yesterday's order by the university that this group must be removed. The chancellor saying that this goes beyond free speech, this goes beyond a peaceful protest. No longer can the university complete its mission of an academic environment for its students. John, Rachel, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. And again, authorities, or I should say school officials, declared an unlawful assembly yesterday evening. So it's been quite a while. They've been on the loudspeaker telling people, hey, this is an unlawful assembly, you have to disperse. And now they're going to the point where they're forcing people to break up the crowd.
And it sounds like they have made progress. Mark Coderobles is just reporting now that the entrance of that encampment has been dismantled. But as we've been reporting all night, this will take some time for police officers to remove, because this is a substantial encampment that's been building over the past week, essentially.
And we should point out, USC had a similar situation, but USC is a private college, and the rules are different when it's private property. UCLA is a public school, it's public property, and as a result, you're seeing very different tactics, maybe a little more kid gloves, I want to say, as they deal with this crowd and slowly break it up. We want to go back to Jaa Patel live on the ground. And Jaa, what's the latest?
Yeah, John, right now you could see multiple protesters on the ground, zip-tied. Looks like they're being detained, or they have been detained throughout the morning. It looks like CHP just surrounding them, keeping an eye on them. We did move locations. Earlier, we were near the library where protesters and law enforcement are at a standstill. Those law enforcement officers push them slightly off of campus, but they haven't made any effort to push them further off. So right now, those protesters were just standing there, basically chanting towards law enforcement. It doesn't seem like there is an end in sight anytime soon. They seem pretty mad that law enforcement was trying to move them off of campus. They're not backing down. We've moved locations now closer to the encampment, and we've been here over the course of a week, and things look very different here. Yesterday, when there were those, when there was fighting overnight, the barricade that the pro-Palestinian protesters made outside of their encampment basically came down. And yesterday, in the morning when we were out here, they were working hard trying to rebuild that with metal barricades and plywood, poster boards, and now you can see that it looks like it's been almost completely knocked down. Those protesters not backing down. It seems like the area has cleared a lot. Earlier when we got here, I would say hundreds of people were here. People still arriving on campus from off campus trying to see what was happening, but the amount of protesters has significantly decreased. The Daily Bruin, the student-run newspaper, they say that dozens of people have been detained, and you can see here that we're seeing some students that have been kneeling on the ground. It looks like they're zip-tied, not handcuffed, and so no word on exactly what's going to happen with those students, if they'll be taken into custody, if they'll be released. It's also hard to tell right now how many of these protesters are actually students. It seems like a lot of people off campus came here to show support for the pro-Palestinian protesters because of the physical altercations that were going on between counter-protesters and pro-Palestinian protesters yesterday, and so they've had a huge show of support from students and people off campus here for now. John and Rachel.
Yeah, Jaisha, we've seen a steady stream of arrests, and to your point, John, it seems as though those people who are getting arrested have been complying. Have you seen any arrests, Jaisha, where things may have gotten out of hand? Have they been forcible?
It seems like for the most part things have been peaceful here. I personally have only seen one person get detained. That was over at a previous location where protesters and law enforcement are at a standstill near the library. But it seems like protesters, they're not pushing back. It seems like they're cooperating with law enforcement, so we haven't seen any physical altercations or any use of force that is out of the norm here.
All right, Jaisha, yeah, that is the latest from Jaisha's position. We have Mark Cotaroblos on the ground as well. He's on the other side of campus as well. And we have Scott Reif live in Air 7 HD with a big picture view for us. And that big picture view just shows that large contingent of police lined up against that encampment. They have removed all of those barriers, the plywood, the metal barriers, a lot of that, the tents have been moved and cast to the side. And now the next question is, do police move in at some point? Scott, are you there? What are you seeing?
Yeah, John, that's exactly what we're seeing. I think right now the strategy may be to just see if they can wear these individuals out. They're standing next to police officers. They have more and more police officers rolling in, so they can go ahead. They're on a tactical alert with the LAPD. They can go ahead and move in more officers. Now, I want to show you the bottom of the screen here, and this would be the west side of the quad, if you will. And in that area right there, they had a skirmish line of LAPD officers. They started to take a few people into custody. Now, this was way earlier in the morning. One of the officers fell, and the LAPD contingent just backed off. They weren't willing to hold that line. So there's a lot of strategy that goes into this. You see all the officers on the side there. They would like to get up there, but they're just encountering too many individuals that aren't going to move. So right now they're trying to pick and choose when they're actually going to move in and start taking individuals into custody. They've lit this area up. We see spotlights coming from Royce Hall down onto the protesters. We've seen dozens of flashbang grenades that really aren't going to hurt anybody, but boy, they really startle you. And that's what makes me think they're just going to try and wait these individuals out until the time comes when they say, oh, that's it, we're taking you into custody. And when that happens, it just gets so dicey. You've got one or two people that get in an altercation with the police. They start throwing things at officers, and then it just takes off. It becomes chaotic. So they're trying to avoid that at all costs, but at some point in time, you're going to hit the wall, and you're going to have to move in and take these individuals into custody. Now, some have basically just given themselves up. I want to go over to Portola Plaza, and what they're doing with the individuals that have been taken into custody here, once the dispersion order has gone out, they're taking them over to one of the buses. They're booking them here. They're putting them on the bus. I'm not certain exactly where they're going to take them. I believe they're going to get a ticket for trespassing if they haven't been involved in an altercation with the officer, with resisting. You can see some of the protesters just sitting there, and those are the ones who decided, hey, we're going to leave. And as you mentioned, John, you've got different groups. You've got some of the groups that say, hey, I've been here long enough. I've done my part. I've done what I felt that I needed to do. I'm going to leave now. Then you've got a set of other groups, individuals here are like, well, we're not leaving. We're going to get arrested, and we are going to actually resist the police officers. And those are the ones that are going to make it extremely difficult as time goes on, as we watch this unfold here. But it's hard to say when the officers, CHP mostly, but enforced by the LAPD, are going to actually move in. And there's some activity there. I'm not certain exactly what's going on. You might have a better look at if someone is hurt or if someone is being taken away for medical care. It looks like those are medics there. So it looks like someone may have been hurt and now they're going to take them away and get them some care. It's hard to tell for sure. But they are walking away with a medic. So I think we're going to see this really erupt at some point in time, Rachel and John. It's just a matter of when, and it's not going to be an easy process. There's no question about that. And I think as far as law enforcement is concerned, you can see all the officers up on Royce Hall. They're going to use every method they can to try and get this done peacefully. They've been shooting lasers into the crowd. They have been using flashbang grenades. They're using spotlights from overhead. And of course, they're down there trying to reason with the protesters. And at this point in time, we're just going to have to watch it unfold. But I think there's going to be a time when it gets extremely contentious, and then that's when you hope it doesn't get too out of control. But if you start getting officers hurt, if you start getting things thrown at officers, then it's going to take a completely different look down here as far as what we are seeing. And you remember May Day at MacArthur Park maybe 20 years ago, and boy, that's when they moved in to try and remove a lot of people very quickly, and it was a disaster.
Right. Yeah, it was a mess. I remember a lot of rubber bullets were fired. A lot of people got hurt. Yeah, that's something they certainly want to avoid.
All right. Thank you, Scott. For our viewers just joining us, the time is 4:35, and we're following breaking news on the campus of UCLA. Police moving in, hundreds of law enforcement moving in on protesters trying to dismantle their encampment there. Let's go to Mark Cotorobles, who's live on the scene.
Yeah, Rachel, and so right now, this is just off to the right of the encampment area, right within Royce Hall, a walkway where some of the Palestinian protesters, demonstrators were staged, and now they are face-to-face with CHP, law enforcement. A lot of shouting. There have been some items that have been tossed over that law enforcement is pulling out of the area, umbrellas, pallets, other items. There's just a ton of debris that they are removing from this encampment. But again, this is a group that is refusing to leave. They are holding their ground. They are shouting. And so it's certainly a confrontation right now between law enforcement. It's kind of perched up a little bit higher than us, so we don't have the best vantage point, but it's just about 20 yards away from us here. Again, this is a covered walkway entering Royce Hall, where these demonstrators are located on one side, and then CHP in their tactical gear face to face with them, trying to get them to retreat, to move out of the area. I see water, I see other items being tossed out, a lot of shouting occurring right now. This is certainly a contingent, a group that does not want to budge. As Scott mentioned, they're here, they're ready to get arrested. Lots of water. I hope it's just water that's being sprayed back and forth right now. Yeah, with us being a bit distance away, hard to confirm exactly what it is. I don't see any further reaction from law enforcement, so that's a good sign. So let's hope that's water, but they're throwing out additional boards. I've seen, again, those umbrellas for whatever purpose those are serving, other debris and items that are being tossed out from the area where the demonstrators are located. So it is a face-to-face confrontation right now, as we are well over 2 hours into this operation between law enforcement. And one more detention right now coming down the stairs just off to our right. We see a female who is being led away. She's likely going to join others that have already been detained, and have processed and then removed from the area. One more coming down backwards here in front of us who has been removed. So they're bringing one demonstrator at a time out from the encampment.
Mark,
so this is the third now approaching our area. Yeah, go ahead, John.
I was going to say, we've seen some arrests throughout the morning, like you said, like this situation, 1 or 2 people at a time. We want to check in with Tony Cabrera. He is where all these people are being processed now, and it'll be interesting to see what the charges are. Tony, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you, John. So we're a little bit east from where they are. Perloff Hall is what they call it, and you can see right here there's about 25 detainees here. They were brought from the protest area over here. So we have the detainees being processed and then being put onto buses. You have a number of CHP officers, you have a number of sheriff's deputies, and a combination of campus police and I believe LAPD. I haven't been able to get too close because they're in the process right now, but you can see there's a big bus there for the LA County Sheriff's Department. I'm told that they're going to be put on these buses and sent to an undisclosed location to be cited there. I asked where exactly, and they weren't able to tell me that. But we also went to the federal building before coming here, and there were 5 of these sheriff's department buses that were parked there before they started detaining people. And so they were all lined up ready to go about an hour ago or so. That's also the place where a number of CHP vehicles are parked. I would say probably about 100 CHP vehicles. That's where the CHP officers got onto buses themselves and then came onto campus here to do the work that they're doing, as we're seeing. Now, I haven't been able to talk to these students here, but I did have 2 students kind of yell at me to get my attention, and I didn't understand everything that they were saying, but one of the guys told me that he's Jewish himself and he's a part of the pro-Palestine movement, part of the encampment, and he was detained. I wanted to talk to him a little bit more, but then I was pushed back away because, of course, they're being processed here. So that's what's going on here at Perloff Hall. We're going to continue to hopefully try to talk to some of these students, but again, they're being processed here and then put onto these buses. Again, there's 5 of those buses that are lined up, ready to take anybody who's detained here on campus. John, I'll send it back to you.
Checking back throughout the morning, this all started around 3:20 or 3 a.m. this morning. Police brought in a large contingent of officers, and they started encircling the encampment and then slowly but surely, methodically, started breaking down the barriers and slowly moving in. We've seen arrests, as Tony's mentioned. Not a lot of arrests, but several dozen arrests so far. Everything appears to be going fairly orderly in that regard. But now you have a group of hardcore pro-Palestinian demonstrators who are standing their ground, and police confronting them. And the next question is, at what point do they move in and start making mass arrests? So that's where we're at right now.
Let's check in with Scott Reif, who is live in Air 7 HD. I believe, I don't know whose camera. We have team coverage right now. 4 reporters in the field covering the situation. Let's check in with Scott Reif to see the latest.
Rachel, what you're looking at there is Royce Hall. You see all the protesters running out. Well, the officers, law enforcement, had decided they want to clear this area. It's a methodical process. They really want to get this entire encampment surrounded. And now all of a sudden, as the officers moved in, they started grabbing tents, throwing things out. You see all of the protesters ran out of Royce Hall. So LAPD, CHP, and the riot officers here, they want to control Royce Hall. They want to make sure nobody gets up on top of them. You see a drone right there. We've been watching a drone fly around a little bit. It looks a little bit too small for us to think that that's a law enforcement drone, so we just don't know about that. We even had a report of a drone up here by us, and that is really concerning for us. There's no question about that. But LAPD wants to control Royce Hall. You see the officers up there. They've been shooting some flashbang grenades from up there. They've been keep using binoculars, and what they're doing is they're keeping an eye on this crowd, and what they're looking for are individuals that they think are going to be troublemakers. There's no question that they're trying to evaluate exactly what they're dealing with down on the ground. There's some individuals that look more like their posture is they're going to allow officers to just take them into custody. Now you see officers are going through that tent to make sure there's no one there. So methodically they're clearing this out. They're going to occupy Royce Hall, and they want to make sure nobody's still inside Royce Hall, because officers never want protesters or anyone behind them. But slowly but surely, we open up out of this shot. We're seeing more and more officers, and there are hundreds and hundreds. I would be surprised if there's more than 300 officers on the campus right now here at UCLA. And now you see some of that crowd moving to an area where earlier LAPD SWAT team members, or not SWAT team members, but riot gear officers, had occupied that area. You see them off to the left now, and they moved back. So this is a process that is sketchy. It's a process that is difficult. It gets extremely violent at times, but you saw all those people run out, and you see that haze layer moving in as well. That's a marine layer that's starting to encompass this area a little bit. But right now they're just trying to get that area where the encampment is completely surrounded, and you do see all the graffiti on Royce Hall, the vandalism there. This is something they did have to move in and stop. They couldn't allow this to continue. And so now it looks like LAPD officers do have Royce Hall. That's a major thing for them because now no one can run into that hallway and try and get away. And I think it's just a matter of time. Once they have the crowd, the encampment, completely surrounded with officers, that's when I think they're going to move in one by one and try and take these protesters into custody.
Okay, Scott, yeah, it looks like they've moved in and cordoned off that area, cleared out a lot of the protesters. Mark Robles on the ground close to that scene. And Mark, it looks like more arrests, too.
Yeah, I don't know what happened just about a minute ago as Scott was speaking, but it was the most significant retreat that we have seen of the demonstrators since that moment when they broke down the perimeter wall about an hour ago. Everyone, or at least dozens, just booked it. They started running to the back of the encampment area, and there were several individuals who were detained.
Well, there's a group that looks like they're giving themselves up. Line that were being led. Was that them there? Fly back north a little bit more, would you? Good right here. Even slide a little bit further north. We got him right here. Gabby. What's down to the west when you get a chance towards us? Okay. You can probably climb a little bit too. You could probably climb a little bit. I think we had a little altitude out of this probably. Is that a line of officers on the bottom of your screen too? Yeah, don't climb anymore. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of progress, and especially within about the last, 15 to 20 minutes. On the left side of your screen is Royce Hall, and if you were with us a little bit ago, you saw a group of students just running out of Royce Hall, and some of those decided to give themselves up. We probably saw about half a dozen, maybe even a dozen, hand in hand, being escorted out and taken to that area where they're going to be processed. But what they have done is they've got a line of officers surrounding the main portion of the encampment, and they're slowly moving forward, grabbing the tents, making sure there's no one inside the tent, pulling the tents away, pulling the debris away, and then slowly moving in on the protesters. So the area that they have to encompass is smaller and smaller and smaller, and of course it's much easier for them to control. So if we look down at the bottom of your screen, you can see this is an area where they really don't have any control of yet, but they're content at this point in time to move into where the encampment is. You don't see much law enforcement presence down on the west side of the quad at all, really. At one time, we had LAPD officers in this area right here, and they backed off. So there is a lot of strategy as to how they're going to exactly move forward with this. But right now, we've seen more and more of the protesters actually just give themselves up, be taken away to that area to be processed. And we'll go back to the main encampment here, and what you can tell, it's much smaller than it was even just 15, 20 minutes ago. The strategy is to slowly move in, grab the tents, pull the tents away so they can really get an idea who and what they're dealing with, and then slowly but surely surround and make that area smaller before they have the confrontations with those that you've mentioned, John and Rachel, that really are intent on staying here and are going to get in an altercation or resist being taken into custody. But they are making a lot of progress right now, and it's been happening very quickly over the last 10 to 15 minutes. Some of these are people, I believe, that came to for the protesters to support them, but it also looks like a lot of those down there are workers, probably hired by the university, and they're trying to move some of this plywood to an area off to the left. I don't think it's being built up as an encampment, or there maybe it possibly is. It's just really hard to tell. But this area hasn't been that fortified. It's been the area to the north where the encampment was, or to the east, I should say. And so it's really hard to say, Rachel, exactly what's going on down there. We don't have much in the way of police presence, but the encampment itself is what they're focusing on. And you can tell every moment that goes by, they tear down a tent, and they slowly just move in and make this circle or this area where the protesters are smaller and smaller. But the bottom of your screen, which is actually the west side of the campus, or the quad, if you will, that's an area where they have little to no control right now. What they're doing with the plywood, maybe they're going to try and encompass that whole area so officers can't get to them. We'll just have to wait and see. But this is an area they have little to no control. You see a group of, we can barely see them, but there's probably 50 or 60 LAPD officers behind the trees there. At one point in time, they had ran up, put a skirmish line in there. One of the officers got pushed over, and they decided to retreat. So it's an extremely complicated type situation to implement in a situation like this. But if you give you a wide shot, they are making a lot of progress, especially on the main encampment itself. You could tell we don't see that many tents anymore, and we see officers slowly moving in and enclosing the protesters that are left in that encampment. You guys make your choice. Not my choice. We make it with the pilots. Whatever you guys decide is fine by me. What have we decided? Everyone's leaving? Don't be the first to leave. Did everybody leave? Don't let, keep an eye on them, make sure they're not getting a shot and we're not. That's the main thing. Are they hanging there? All right, we're no longer allowed to fly in here, you guys. We have to try and get out of here. The weather's
trying to clear it off of campus.
Okay. Jaysha, thank you.
Well, it is now 5 a.m., and if you're just now joining us, we're continuing with our live team coverage of the standoff with protesters at UCLA that has lasted for more than 9 hours. Hundreds, if not thousands, of law enforcement officers are working to dismantle the encampment that has plagued the campus for the last several days. They've been actively moving in on the encampment for the last 3 hours, but that did not start until reinforcements arrived.
The pro-Palestinian protesters and their supporters are holding the line in some areas, and in other spots, officers are removing the barricades, including pallets, umbrellas, and plywood. And we've seen and heard the flashbangs as well. Protesters are being taken into custody and being walked to empty buses that are waiting to take them to a processing facility. Others are leaving on their own, and we do have team coverage on this breaking news. Let's begin with Mark Cotorobles, who is live. Are you near Royce Hall, Mark?
Yeah, correct. We're in Royce Quad, just outside of Royce Hall, which has been defaced. It's been vandalized during the duration of this protest here on campus with spray paint. But the numbers, they have dwindled. There have been several individuals detained over the past couple of hours. There have been several that have left under their own will. They have at times run from the scene to the backside of the encampment. This is the encampment that was formed days ago on campus here at UCLA in a protest in solidarity with Palestine amid this ongoing conflict in the Israel-Hamas war, of course, that started October 7th. And these individuals, these remaining people within this encampment, this small tent city, refusing to leave. And what's difficult for law enforcement here is that they have binded arms. They are linked together. They have helmets, they have PPE, they have their goggles on, and they are face-to-face with law enforcement. They are not budging. And I say that they are moving. In fact, at times they are shuffling along because they are linked arms as law enforcement moves them back to make these detentions. The law enforcement made up of California Highway Patrol, and it's a mix of several divisions that we have seen this morning. There is Inland CHP, Border CHP, and Southern CHP officers that are on site this morning to dismantle this encampment, to detain as many individuals as they can that are refusing to leave the UCLA campus. I do want to mention that where we are standing is the same location that just over 24 hours ago you saw those pro-Israel supporters come face to face with the pro-Palestine supporters here on campus. So we're not seeing both factions on campus this morning. The focus with law enforcement is on this encampment and the Free Palestine side that has been ongoing now all morning, but progress has been made. The tents have been broken down. Items, debris, materials have been tossed outside the perimeter of the encampment. The chancellor making multiple statements over the past 24 hours, saying that this goes beyond a peaceful protest. It no longer can remain on campus. John, Rachel, back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. And overall, we have to say police have handled this about as gently as you possibly could in a situation like this. We haven't seen any real serious violence. We've seen people being taken away in zip ties rather peacefully, police talking with them, negotiating with them as much as they can. The problem, of course, is we do have a hardcore group of demonstrators who are still there, and there's concerns, of course, that that hardcore group may put up a fight. We want to check in with Tony Cabrera. He's at the location where people are being processed, those who have been taken into custody. Tony.
East of Royce Hall, Perloff Hall is where we're at, and you can see there's probably about 25 to 30 detainees that are sitting here along the sidewalk, along the curb right there. And you know what? We thought it was mainly all students or young people, but we just, in the last couple of minutes, saw an older gentleman who was maybe in his 50s, 60s, who was one of the persons here that was arrested, and then he was put onto the bus. He was processed. He was searched and everything. So it's not just students, I would say, unless he is a student or maybe he's a professor. Again, we're not able to talk to these people. We're not able to interview them because they're in the processing point. There's been a couple of times where some of these protesters, some of these detainees, whatnot, have kind of yelled out a few things. It's hard to understand because we have to stay on this side of the street, but they are there with the zip ties, holding their hands behind their backs, and they are being walked over here one by one, and that's on the left side here. So down this street, you'll start to see some law enforcement officers bringing them one by one down the street from the protest area, from where Mark and Jasha have been, down the sidewalk and here to the detainee area. And you can see the flashing red and blue lights down the street here as well. That's the other buses. So there's a total of 5 LA County Sheriff's Department buses that have been brought here. They started at the federal building earlier this morning, and then once it was time, once they were given the green light, they were brought here to campus to prepare for the arrests that have been made. And so this was, from what it seems like, oh, here we go on this side, the bus is taking off, Bruce. So that bus looks like it may be full of people, and they'll probably start to bring the other bus. I think that's bus number 2, and this would be number 3 down here that would be coming through here. So these are a number of law enforcement agencies here also that are working here. We have the UCLA Police Department that's here. We have the Sheriff's Department that brought the buses, and we also have the CHP, all working together to get these detainees processed, to get them booked. They're being searched right behind here. They're getting their identifications and whatnot, and then being placed onto the bus. I asked where they're going to be taken. That information was not given to me, so they said they don't know. So hopefully we'll be able to find that out. Not sure if they will be placed in jail from here. I guess it depends on what they're cited for. So that's something that we're watching here. Again, it's calm. It's busy, but it is calm on this side of campus where it's the more processing side of things. And we are seeing other students maybe that are kind of in the distance that are observing and maybe not being detained like these other students are at this point. So this is what we're seeing on this side of campus, you guys. And again, 5 buses. We don't know how many are full at this point. I believe 2 have already passed through this way, with 3 waiting to be full again. So I'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Tony, thank you for that report. Let's return to Jaa Patel. Jaa, can you let our viewers know where you are? And it sounds relatively quiet. Actually, it sounds like the chanting is back. Yeah. So tell us what's going on there. Set the scene.
We've moved closer, John and Rachel, to where the barricades are to get a better look at what exactly is happening within the encampment. And law enforcement right now still trying to push these protesters back, but they're standing arm in arm in a straight line. They're not budging. This area has been cleared out significantly. Where these protesters are standing, where you might be able to see them in this video, there were tons of tents here yesterday. And so law enforcement has basically torn all of that down, moving in. And I currently can see law enforcement in riot gear yelling at these protesters to move back, but these protesters arm in arm are not budging. A lot of protesters were actually near the arches over where Royce Hall is, and so after law enforcement cleared that area out, these protesters moved here into the middle of where this encampment was, and I can currently see tents behind these protesters in the very back actually being moved. And so it seems like some law enforcement trying to push these protesters back, while others are currently efforting trying to clear this area out, John and Rachel.
And just another clarification, Jaa, you are near Shapiro Fountain, I believe, by Powell Library. Is that correct, on that side of things?
We are next to the library, yeah, but where the barricades, the wall of barricades were, that's basically where we are. So we're off to the right of the library currently, John.
Okay.
And I see right now massive amounts of tents. There's a big yellow tent, a white tent. Someone's lifting those tents up right now, and I think what they're trying to do, it seems, is clear these tents out so there's a path for these protesters to be pushed back. And so I think that's why there's an effort on both sides to move these tents away, because these protesters can't be cleared unless there's a path to do so.
And Jaa, can you make out what the protesters are now shouting? Earlier you said they were saying shame on you, they were shouting free Palestine. Can you hear what they're saying now?
Them to
So right now I don't hear protesters actually shouting. What I hear is law enforcement shouting, "Move back." And as you can hear, more flashbangs going off to try to push those protesters back. Now, earlier, like you mentioned, though, in a different area on campus on the other side of where the library is, protesters were very angry about law enforcement's response yesterday. For viewers who may not know or weren't watching our coverage yesterday, overnight, basically, counter-protesters came up to the barricades of where that encampment was, and they were throwing fireworks and scooters and objects into the pro-Palestinian encampment. And so 2.5 hours went by where law enforcement basically didn't move in to help, and campus security just stood around and basically watched all of this unfold. So these protesters are still very angry about yesterday, and they've been very vocal about that this morning, yelling things like, "Where were you?" They've been comparing police to the KKK. They've been yelling very angry things at law enforcement. But right now it seems like we've made significant progress right now. As you can see, there were a bunch of protesters standing here, and now they've been cleared and pushed back. But you can just see how much debris is on the ground, what was here before, and you can see law enforcement, CHP moving in still, trying to clear them out.
And Jaisha, it looks like they've cleared out that large group. Where are they clearing them out to, though? I'm wondering. Are they taking them into custody at this point?
We don't see anyone being taken into custody, but earlier, about 30 minutes ago, we did see two sheriff's department buses come here to campus. So that may be where people being detained are going to be taken into. But from where we're standing, we actually can't see where these protesters are being pushed back to, probably the opposite side of campus. I think they're trying to clear Dixon Place right now.
And it seemed relatively quiet for a while, but now we're hearing those flashbangs being deployed again. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so basically the reason we're not able to quite see what's happening back there is law enforcement is basically keeping us kind of pushed back while they kind of effort this. But the flashbangs have been on and off throughout the morning. I can tell you when we first got here around 3:30 this morning, they were constantly going off. Now they've been less frequent, but it seems like they're using them still again to push back those protesters. And so they've been going off, I would say, every 10 minutes or so. I can hear law enforcement right now yelling, "Move, move, move." And from where we're standing, we can't actually see any protesters because they've successfully pushed them back, John and Rachel.
All right, Jaisha, thanks. We want to show you this image. You can see a police medic there on the scene, and it appears to be attending to a protester. I don't know if that person got some pepper spray in their face or something like that, but it looks like they're applying some water to the person's face to try and help them. And they seem to be okay, but obviously police are attending to anybody who is in any kind of distress. And then on the right, you can see more arrests. This looks like it's really unfolding quite quickly now. Police really moving in, breaking up this crowd, making arrests, and moving this crowd out in a pretty fast way compared to what we saw over the last 2 hours. So perhaps this is reaching its climax.
And for our viewers just joining us, this is all happening because UCLA declared this encampment unlawful. Protesters, demonstrators have been out all week protesting the war between Israel and Hamas. And just yesterday, the UCLA chancellor declared this an unlawful gathering. So now we have hundreds of law enforcement officers moving in. They've been there overnight trying to clear this encampment and making progress in doing so. But this is something that is going to take some time, obviously.
And a lot of the problem has been the barriers that were set up by demonstrators, the encampment. They basically had built a wall of metal barriers and plywood. It was quite sophisticated what they set up, and that has been a big problem for authorities. They had to tear all of that down before they even reached the point where they'd start making arrests. But that was done earlier this morning. The barriers were taken down. The tents, they started pulling those down, and now they are really moving quite quickly to clear out this crowd. Marco Robles on the ground in the middle of it all. What's the latest from your view?
Yeah, John, so we are right in the middle of what was the encampment. This is the remaining group right here behind us. They have now moved to the opposite side of the quad. They are chanting hard to make sense of what they're saying, but there's still well over, I think about 100 of them that are linked with arms here. ready to be detained. You saw over the past 10 minutes or so, one by one, individuals are being detained and removed from this prior encampment area. These are the holdouts. These folks are refusing to leave UCLA campus, and law enforcement here, CHP, face-to-face with them. Unclear what building that they are outside of right now that appears to be under construction. There's scaffolding, which yesterday we saw some of the demonstrators, I think, reaching the top of the scaffolding of this structure, but it as well is covered with some graffiti, Free Palestine, other messages around this encampment area. A lot of commotion as well in the back of the encampment area. I can hear more shouting as law enforcement is moving in, kind of from just different areas right now. But this right here is holding and standing with these remaining protesters and law enforcement, waiting for their next move to detain and remove these individuals from the encampment.
And if you haven't been following this, I could see how it could be maybe confusing. Some of these protesters look like they could be workers because they're armed with their own protective gear. They're wearing hard hats, they have on masks, but these are in fact demonstrators, Mark.
Yeah, correct. And as we walk through what was the encampment, I mean, there is just a ton of material debris. The hard hats, the goggles and whatnot, everything that they brought into this encampment area over the past week. And even yesterday, we saw images of additional materials being brought in, and these individuals were allowed to do so. It's a closed campus, and law enforcement was on site, but we saw images of these demonstrators actively with their arms full of materials, bringing it into the encampment area yesterday. And so certainly, yeah, they are all armed with their own PPE, personal protective equipment, their goggles and whatnot. And so they are protected as they kind of stand face to face here with law enforcement. Again, if you're just joining us this morning, this is CHP that is leading this enforcement effort right now. The detentions have been measured. They've been one at a time, a few at a time, to detain this many people, because there are dozens right here in front of us. That would be quite an effort to get this many people detained at once. So we are watching and waiting to see what exactly happens next here at UCLA.
Yeah, Mark. Mark, have you seen any fists flying? I mean, from my perspective, it looks like things have gone fairly smoothly. Police trying to keep this as calm as possible.
Yeah, I have not seen any fists flying, at least since we've been here. I have seen confrontations where individuals here on this Free Palestine, pro-Palestinian side of this conflict have restrained a bit, and they've been taken to the ground, but not necessarily any kind of punches being thrown this morning. Those scenes that we saw yesterday, just over 24 hours ago, those altercations were more between the demonstrators on both sides, the pro-Palestinian demonstrators here in the encampment, and then when they came face to face with the Israel supporters who showed up on campus in their counter protest. That's where we saw some of the physical altercation between the two sides. That aspect of this issue we have not seen this morning. This is law enforcement simply removing these protesters that for days have described themselves as peaceful protesters. Their message to free Gaza, to call for a ceasefire, they have said that this is a peaceful protest. The university at this point absolutely disagrees with that. That's why they have been told to leave. That's why campus police have declared this to be an unlawful assembly and have now requested this mutual aid with law enforcement, with LAPD and now CHP right here on the front lines to remove as many of the demonstrators as they can who refuse to move.
And it's hard, Mark, to speculate on the law enforcement strategy, but it appears they're just standing there in a show of force right now, with your view, hoping to maybe wear those demonstrators out. It's now 5:18 in the morning.
Yeah.
You wonder how long.
And here's some force right here. Here's some force. Yeah, just off to our right. We're focused on right there. They had to pull that woman out pretty forcefully. And so it's kind of like plucking one person at a time from the group. And for some reason, they decided to remove that person at that moment. There was a bit of a struggle, but she at least did not go to the ground. There's one there right in front of us. I see another behind. So there were a few right there in that moment that were removed. Let's check in with Jaa as well. She's not far from our location. She's watching everything we are as well.
Yeah, Mark, now that we're inside of the encampment, kind of near where you are, we're getting an up-close look at what exactly has been happening here. Behind me, multiple students are being detained. One of those students on the ground right now, and these students are being zip-tied, their hands behind their back. I've seen at least 5 students being moved out of this area. You could see that law enforcement, CHP, has pushed these protesters who are standing arm in arm up to these plywood barricades that they've put up here outside of the library. And so right now, law enforcement have successfully cleared this encampment, but as you can see, we've been blocked out of this encampment for about a week. We haven't seen this area, so now we're actually getting an up-close look at what really was behind those pro-Palestinian encampment barricades, the plywood, the metal barricades. You can see this is yet another person that is being detained. I hear some yelling going on to my right here. I hear law enforcement saying to back up, so it seems like students might actually be hiding back here. So it seems like they're trying to clear this area right now. But we successfully have cleared a lot of the tents over here. Brian, can we turn over here? If we move back a little bit, we have to be careful of where we're actually stepping, because there is just tons of stuff on the ground here. I mean, these students are really preparing for the long haul. There's food, jugs of water, tents. You can see law enforcement tear down a lot of these tents so that way they could push these protesters in. From where we're standing, we can see more protesters even further back. So we actually can't even grasp how big this crowd might be right now, because where we're standing, there's protesters on either side of us, and also completely on the other side of the libraries at a standstill with law enforcement. So this has been going on for hours here, overnight. This has been a big effort. You could see right now it seems like there may be some skirmishes happening, multiple students being detained.
And
we hear law enforcement asking for cuffs or for zip ties. You can see right there they have zip ties ready.
Jaa,
yeah, John, what was that?
Is this the remaining hardcore group of protesters we're seeing get arrested? Is this the diehards we're talking about?
Yes, that's what I would say. These students may actually be a part of the encampment. Well, it's unclear to know for sure, because we have people off campus, we have students, we have people within the encampment. This seems to be primarily the hardcore group of protesters who are not backing down. So you can see here some of these protesters that are being detained. Law enforcement are stripping them of their face masks, of any of the gear that they have. We've been seeing gas masks on the ground, almost like riot gear that some of these protesters had to prepare for today.
And protesters, we know, law enforcement, we know, has made great progress when it comes to the dismantling of the encampments. But John, we've heard mixed feelings about the dismantling of these encampments. Some students saying that these encampments have threatened their safety, have been a total disruption to the education process. Other students saying that these protesters do have a right to exist on campus, but we do know that the chancellor yesterday said they do, in fact, not have a right to be there and has declared this unlawful. So that's why we're seeing all of this happen overnight and throughout the morning.
And you mentioned it earlier, Rachel, we're starting to see some of the damage and the graffiti on not just the plywood you see there in this picture, but on some of the buildings themselves. They did do a lot of damage during this period. So, yes, peaceful for the most part, except, of course, when they were confronted by the pro-Israel protesters, but not necessarily without harm, because this school's a mess now. It's a beautiful campus, and it's going to take a while to really clean it up. It really is sad to see.
Absolutely. It looks unrecognizable. As Jaa had just mentioned in her live report, it looks like protesters really did plan to be there for the long haul. They had food, they had clothing, they had tents. We have been told that Jaa was just moved back by police officers. Not sure exactly what that means. So we'd love to check back in with you, Jaa, if you can hear us. What's going on?
Okay, we don't have Jaa right now. We'll check back. We'll try and get her a little later on. First, we want to check in with Tony Cabrera. Now, Tony's been located where all these people who are being arrested are being processed. And Tony, it looks quiet behind you now. Are we just in between arrests? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, there was kind of a little bit of a lull in the arrests, and then it started to pick up a little bit. We also got moved further away from where all those detainees are. So they're about 50 yards down that way, and earlier we were right up next to them. So law enforcement has asked us to scoot back because it's a booking area, and they do not want us that close at this point. So we were able to see, when we were there at least, about 25 to 30 detainees that are along the sidewalk there, sitting on the curb with those with their hands behind their back. And we also see buses here. There's probably 5 buses. We know at least 5 buses. One of them has already left, we believe, full of detainees, and then they moved another one in that place. And so on that side of things where you're looking, that's where they are searching these individuals. They are trying to get their identities. They are taking any of their personal belongings, and I believe I saw them putting them into kind of Ziploc bags, and then they're being placed onto these buses. I asked where they're going to be taken from here, but they weren't able to provide that information. So that is where the detainees are. So that's kind of the final point here on campus before they're taken on those buses. But you can see there's these 2 buses waiting, depending on how many people are arrested here on campus, waiting to be filled up. But the area where everybody is, all the action is, that's kind of a little bit further that way. And so they are being walked here along this sidewalk. And you can see there's a law enforcement officer there. They're being walked one by one down this sidewalk from that protest area to the booking area. So that's kind of what we're seeing on this side of campus. It is calm. Every once in a while I do hear kind of some yells from some of the people who have been arrested there. But like I said earlier, we don't know if it's just students here. There's protesters, there's students. We're also seeing older people. We saw at least one gentleman who was older, maybe in his 50s, 60s, that was being arrested and put onto the bus. So we're hoping to kind of get more information. But again, law enforcement is being hush-hush on this side of things. They're focused on getting those people booked. John, Rachel?
Yeah, and the outcome may depend on the severity of the crime. Sometimes in these situations, we see people get detained and then released. Other times they're detained and then taken to jail and processed. So, Tony, thank you for keeping an eye on that. Let's return to Jaa Patel. Jaa, it sounds like things are getting a bit louder where you are.
Yeah, Rachel, mass amounts of people are now being detained. Earlier this morning, we weren't really seeing people getting detained, but right now, a lot of these protesters, they're having their hands zip tied behind their back. I've heard law enforcement say it's over. I've heard them tell people to stop kicking. I've seen more law enforcement bring more zip ties, so that way they're prepared. So I'm not quite sure if whether they're going to detain all of the remaining protesters here that are pushed up against the library, if they're going to detain them all, or if they're going to detain a select few. But they have just completely removed the tents in this area to clear a path to take all of these people away. And I hear the protesters continuing to cheer. They've been yelling "Free Palestine." It seems like they're not backing down. So at this rate, if they don't back down, all of these protesters actually may be detained and taken away, which is why we've seen buses come in. And you could see right now officers are trying to calm one of the protesters down. They're stripping these protesters of their hats. A lot of them of their face masks, trying to clear them of anything that may be like on their face or their body. But some of these protesters have been very cooperative with police. Some of them have not. And so we've seen a mix of both, you know, a little bit of a physical or use of force out here, and we've seen people fully cooperate. So it really is just a mix out here. And we've also seen people of all ages. You know, we've been saying all morning that UCLA is a public university. A lot of these people do not look like they're students. They may be people from off campus. And so while we're here, it's kind of hard to determine who's a student, who came overnight to support these protesters within the encampment. So there is really no way of telling right now. But all we can say right now is mass amounts of people are being detained, and that's what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, and we've been comparing the situation at UCLA to what happened at USC. It's a very different situation because USC is a private school. They can tell people you got to leave, you got to show ID. UCLA is a public school. Anybody can kind of go out there, and maybe that's what we're seeing. It'll be a little while, I'm sure, before we figure all of that out. But Jaa, it looks like they are wrapping this up. Is that fair to say?
I would say it does seem like they're wrapping this up. When we first got here, there were probably hundreds of people here. Now the number of protesters has significantly decreased. But what I can tell you is I actually see a group of protesters behind where the encampment actually is set up. People are still waving flags. They're still going strong here. So once they detain these protesters within the encampment, there are still more protesters around campus. And so this may take a couple more hours still throughout the morning. And, you know, John, you mentioned that this is a very different scene compared to USC. Of course, this kind of started with USC when their valedictorian was banned from speaking at commencement. We saw protests there, but USC, since it is a private university, they blocked off the campus from the public. But because UCLA is a public university, it's a very different scene here because anyone can really walk onto campus as a pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli protester here.
Okay, Jaysha, thank you.
Well, it is now 5:30. I'm John Gregory along with Rachel Brown. If you're just joining us, we are continuing with our live team coverage of the standoff with protesters at UCLA. It has been going on for hours now. Hundreds, if not thousands, of law enforcement officers are working to dismantle the encampment that has plagued the campus for several days. They've made significant progress in the last 45 minutes.
But there are still some sections where pro-Palestinian protesters and their supporters are holding the line, but many have been detained in the last 30 minutes. There have been some rough encounters with police and protesters, but nothing like we saw 2 nights ago. The protesters are being taken away in zip ties and being walked to buses that are waiting to take them to a processing facility. Let's check in with Mark Kotoroboulos, who's been on scene now for over 2 hours.
Yeah, Rachel, John, good morning. A pretty shocking morning here on the campus of UCLA. I think a lot of people were maybe expecting to see this type of activity yesterday. It took 24 hours for law enforcement to kind of get staged, get the manpower that they needed to move in. Right here behind us, you can see for some of the folks that have been detained this morning, the beginning of their booking process, they're being checked for their inventory, potentially any weapons that they have, their identification, and then moved here off campus. So that's what's happening right here outside of Royce Hall. And then to our right, I want to give you this view of Royce Hall. We're talking about the vandalism, what exactly was spray painted here on the side of the building and affixed there to the doors of the building. We have not had this type of a view before because this was within the encampment area. So a lot of vandalism to clean up at the conclusion of this encampment. We're talking about them coming to a conclusion here. There are still dozens that remain on the other side of this quad. And then further in the distance, there are stairs that lead down off of Royce Quad here on campus. You see a flag that's waving. Jaysha was mentioning this as well. This is where additional supporters of the Free Palestine movement gathered yesterday and overnight. They did not make it into the encampment area, but they are still here on campus, and there is now a lot of focus on that area of this demonstration. So there are law enforcement officers on all sides handling different aspects, trying to bring this to an end. The chancellor of UCLA saying overnight, or at least yesterday, that this was no longer a peaceful protest and that this is why this demonstration had to be broken down and brought to an end, as this campus is, of course, nearing the end of its spring semester. We'll send it back to you.
And Mark, we should point out that classes have been canceled at UCLA, or they are remote, so there will be no students on campus today. At least students who are supposed to be going to classes will not be on campus today, all because of the situation here. I believe they canceled classes yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And UCLA is asking students and faculty to continue to avoid campus in the Royce Quad area because of all of this chaos that's been unfolding the last 48 hours or so.
And of course, in the last 2 hours, we have seen police finally start to move in and break this up, and now moving quite quickly in making arrests, taking people away. As Mark said, we've had a contingent of hardcore protesters that have now been taken into custody, which you can see on the right. But there are still other groups spread about that are protesting, and police have to deal with them as well. Jaysha, I think you've been watching that other group as well.
Yeah, John, what we're seeing right now, everyone's cooperating who is being detained, but they are just taking protester after protester. You're seeing a mix of students right now. You're seeing a mix of adults right now. It seems like they are detaining basically every single person who refuses to leave. Mark mentioned earlier there are protesters on the other side. We're not quite sure what's going to happen with them because they're still cheering, standing outside of the encampment with those Palestinian flags. But as for here right now, basically the goal here for law enforcement is to completely clear this area. They're also still trying to clear this encampment out. You see some of the tents being moved out here. But for the most part, these protesters still not backing down, still chanting, one by one getting detained. We've seen dozens of people within the last half hour with their hands zip tied behind their back. John and Rachel.
Okay, Jaysha, thank you. Earlier, we had a view from Air 7 HD. Unfortunately, due to the weather, our chopper had to land. But Scott Reif had said in the 2 hours that he was up, he had seen significant progress in terms of a decline in protesters out on the quad area.
Yeah, this is the aerial view from earlier, and you could see police dismantling those tents, literally one tent at a time. Earlier this morning, they broke down some of the barriers, the plywood, the metal barriers. That was all taken out. And then slowly but surely, those police skirmish lines just kind of squeezed in to the campsite area and confined that group to a smaller and smaller space. It was impressive. I mean, police have been criticized for not moving fast enough last night, not moving fast enough earlier in the evening. But overnight, they were very well coordinated and moved in with a lot of orchestration and no real serious injuries from what we could see. We did not see people punching, kicking. There was none of that. It was quite orderly, and it continues this morning. On the left, you can see these demonstrators now giving themselves up, allowing themselves to be zip-tied and taken away. So in large part, this has gone rather smoothly for authorities after some criticism last night when protesters and counter-protesters clashed for a while, and we did have some violence break out.
And we are seeing that steady stream on the left of people being detained. Let's check back in with Tony Cabrera because he is where the processing is taking place. Actually, I'm told we no longer have Tony Cabrera. He was saying at the time that there were 5 buses that police were taking those protesters onto, detaining them, likely processing them, and that one bus had actually driven off. 4 buses remained. So I'm curious to know if more and more people are being taken to that processing area right now. Hopefully we can check back in with him later. But let's check back in now with Mark Codorobles.
Yeah, so again, we're still here in the middle of Royce Quad where these individuals, these demonstrators on the Free Palestine side are being checked for their belongings as they have been detained here on campus, holding out until the end. Just off to our left, a gentleman, Peter, a graduate student here at UCLA, he was speaking just a moment ago. Peter, I know you're going through a lot this morning. The fact that you held out, for the duration, what's going through your head this morning as you stand here and your message?
Well, now the whole country knows that fascist thugs will attack students on university campuses in this country, and the students will stand up to them, the workers will stand up to them.
When did you arrive?
I've been here the whole time.
You've been here 4 or 5 days?
I've been here 2 days without sleep because we were attacked 2 days in a row.
You got additional supporters here on the steps leading down. What do you think about that?
Well, that's great that people in the community are stepping up and supporting Palestine.
Appreciate it. This is Peter, a graduate student here at UCLA. A lot of students here who have waited the duration. They were told since yesterday to vacate the campus, to disperse. Multiple calls from UC police over the loudspeaker here that this was an unlawful assembly, and they decided not to budge to get their message across in this ongoing conflict of the Israel-Hamas war. Yesterday, just over 24 hours ago, as they were here in this encampment area dealing with a confrontation with supporters on the pro-Israel side of this conflict. There were fists that were thrown, there were fireworks, there were items that were used as weapons, such as pipes and sticks. There were several injuries associated with that confrontation just over 24 hours ago. Now the law enforcement aspect of this, bringing the encampment to a close as the university declaring this again an unlawful assembly far beyond a peaceful protest. You can see the entire line here of individuals who are being detained.
Yeah, and those detentions are...
We have one more individual speaking. Yeah, we're going to jump in here.
How you guys refuse to leave. You guys planned for this.
We planned to keep this encampment until the university agreed to our demands.
But you knew that CHP would eventually move in?
We didn't know how the university would respond. We sat down today with Darnell Hunt, asking him to meet us somewhere in our demands, and he said he'll work on it.
No.
And then they sent the police in.
What are her demands?
Media is being told to push back a little bit.
Yeah, Mark, do we have a sense of what their
we were
demands
told by
are?
a sergeant. Divest well, hold on. We're being told by law enforcement just to back up a little bit here from.
Yeah, some of the demonstrators have talked about
beginning their booking
divestment
process.
from any kind of company that assists in Israel's war in Gaza. I know that was some of the talk at USC earlier as well. But we have not heard an articulation of demands from this group specifically, at least not so far this morning.
Hopefully we can get back to Mark in a second. I think we're going to go back to Jaa Patel. Jaa, I haven't heard a flashbang in what feels like a long time relative to the unrest that's been happening this morning. What's happening where you are?
Yeah. John and Rachel, for the most part, it's been pretty peaceful. These protesters have been going willingly. There have been a couple incidents where the protesters have been pushing back, fighting, upset about their things that might be taken. But for the most part, we're just seeing dozens of protesters right now being detained, their hands zip-tied. You can probably see that these CHP officers are removing all of the face and headgear. So a lot of these protesters are wearing helmets. They have gas masks. They have face masks. They have goggles. So I can't stress enough how prepared these protesters were to be here for the long haul. And if we pan the camera over here, this kind of gives you an idea of what exactly is here. You could see all of these helmets. We've been seeing a lot of these protesters wear these. We've been seeing a lot of these goggles, face masks, gas masks. And I believe that probably the reason that these protesters have all of this, because it seems like they're way more well-equipped within the encampment today as compared to yesterday, because if you remember, overnight yesterday, there were counter-protesters who got violent with the pro-Palestinian protesters, those counter-protesters throwing things into the encampment. And so these protesters really came prepared today. And so basically right now, we see it seems like protesters and law enforcement are getting into it a little bit back here. But for the most part, people seem to be going peacefully. It seems like they've made a huge dent in the protesters here. Majority of them have been taken away, but we still have a small group here, and there are still protesters on the outskirts of this encampment who are still standing strong with their flags out here. And so within the next couple of hours, we'll see whether this area will be cleared. It seems like they're successfully doing that now that they've made entry into the encampment. But I guess we'll see within the next hour or so whether everyone is actually detained here.
And this view on the right side of the screen really demonstrates the massive police presence there, because it appears that for every protester,
someone's being wrestled to the ground. It seems like now protesters might be upset. We're looking at someone who's been wrestled to the ground. We can't quite get a great look because a group of officers have, it looks like it's a man potentially. He's face down on the ground right now being detained. All of these protesters are being zip tied. There are no handcuffs being used. Important to note that. But again, most of these protesters are going peacefully, but there are a couple that are very upset, and so they are fighting back.
Okay, Jaa, yeah, we haven't seen much of that. For the most part, we have seen people go away quite peacefully, escorted by police in zip ties, and this is the first, I think, first incident where we've seen somebody kind of put up a bit of a fight. That person, it looks like, now in custody and also being taken away by police. There he is. So for the most part, this has gone quite orderly, and wrapping up for the most part. These are the hardcore protesters who are really holding out against police that have now been broken up and taken into custody. We understand there are still other people there protesting. You can see from that view. This is the earlier view. But so they're scattered out right now. The police have really moved in and broken up the encampment. They've torn down all the tents. They've broken down all the barriers. And now they're dealing with what are scattered pockets of demonstrators still holding out, but going away in zip ties for the most part. Mark Cotorobles, you've been there all morning long. Mark, do you get a sense that there's still some large groups of protesters, or police cleared them all out?
Yeah, well, there's not a large group where we are standing. I mean, where we are right now is in the middle of what was the encampment. I mean, let's pan this way. You can see the debris, the tents left behind. This is exactly where the individuals were over the past few days within the encampments, the tents, with the barriers and perimeters surrounding. So all of this area has been taken over by law enforcement. Of course, the media, we are here as well this morning. There is a group that Jace has been talking about just over to my right of, a couple dozen more individuals waiting to be detained. We have received those limited statements by these individuals, these supporters of Palestine this morning. Free Palestine, they'll say. And that we did not concede. I heard that being mentioned as a gentleman was being taken away, led away. He said, we did not concede. Trying to see if any of these individuals want to say anything. And also we asked, how they felt about it getting to this point. And one young woman who I believe was not a student, but was here on campus, and she left just minutes ago. She said that this does not compare to what the people of Palestine, of Gaza, are going through over the past 6 months or so since the war began, October 7th, this conflict between Israel and Hamas. So certainly there's been a lot of tension, and these folks who waited this out since yesterday afternoon when UCLA said that this would need to be broken down. I think many of them knew what would happen. For hours this morning, there were announcements from Royce Hall, from UC Police, to leave campus, that this was an unlawful assembly. They knew there was the risk of being detained, there was a risk of injury, and dozens of these individuals, these supporters of Palestine, making that conscious decision to remain on campus this morning. And so we will see what happens as the sun rises. Over on this side of the quad, there are stairs that go onto another portion of campus, and you can see a flag, more supporters over there. There's a loudspeaker and law enforcement. It's unclear to me how many people remain over there, but I do know as of last night, there were hundreds of additional supporters who remained on campus.
Absolutely. And we know those supporters, those demonstrators have been on campus for a week now, many of them planning to stay on campus or said they wanted to until UCLA met their demands. And we know that they were calling for the divestment of all University of California and UCLA Foundation funds from companies tied to Israel, along with a demand that the university call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. But again, the UCLA chancellor yesterday declaring this unlawful.
And we want to check in with former LA City Councilman and former LAPD officer Dennis Zine. Dennis, good morning. Thanks for joining us. You've been watching this unfold as well. What do you make of the police response so far?
Well, John, Rachel, I think they've done a tremendous job clearing out the encampment. The California Highway Patrol, with their tactical team, did a tremendous job without any violence, clearing out that encampment. And we see they're at the final stages of making the arrests and taking those individuals to the sheriff's bus. They'll be booked and processed. But I commend the fact, the tactics that were used. They waited till the late hour or early morning hours, whichever you want to call it, to make that move. They had a number of personnel from the state, California Highway Patrol, and the jurisdiction, the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, et cetera. So I think a tremendous job. And I think this sends a message that you need to maintain law and order on the campus and other locations. You can't let this continue because it just festered. And we saw what happened when it became an encampment and then the violence that took place. And there were no police to respond at that time a couple days ago. So I think the mission has been accomplished, and they just need to maintain order there. Hopefully UCLA and the other institutions get back to instruction and education, which is what their primary function. And we as a society can look at this and tell our elected officials, you need to address the situation that is caused, but to go to this violent situation and to take over the campus, et cetera, is not acceptable. So the CHP with their tactical team came in. Those officers came in from various parts of the state, did a tremendous job on these arrests. I didn't see any use of force. Very systematic process. It'll then go through the booking process. They'll sit on a bus for a while until that bus is loaded down for the booking process, and they'll be charged and then cited and released, and they'll have to go to court. But the message that's been sent is you can't tolerate these encampments taking place at a university or other locations because it just gets totally, completely out of control. And we saw the aftermath. So resources from all the allied agencies that were involved in this together, and we saw through the media that it was done in a very systematic, professional manner. There was basically no force used, and some resistance along the way when they were tearing down the barriers. But the fact is, I think law enforcement did a tremendous job.
And Dennis,
reestablishing order.
Dennis, everyone who's being processed right now, are they all being taken to jail? Are some getting cited and immediately released?
No, they'll all be taken down to jail and booked and processed, and then at that time they have to run a criminal record check, see if they got any warrants, see what their history is. Each and every one will go through that process, and then at that time they'll determine if they're going to be cited to court or actually booked into custody with the LA County Sheriff's Department. But each and every one will go through that process, and it'll take time to do that. They'll wait on a bus until they get transferred to a sheriff's facility where that'll take place. And what they've done is they've geared up along the road of the processing, so there'll be people there at the jail facility to expedite to get these done as quickly as possible.
And Dennis, in general, what kind of charges are these people facing? I guess trespassing.
Well, failing to disperse trespassing, there'll be a number of misdemeanor charges. Some may have warrants for their arrest. It's not uncommon to have arrest and you don't follow through with the court procedure, so you may have a warrant for your arrest, which will cause them to serve time in jail until they go before the judge. So each and every one will go through that process to make sure that there's no wants, no warrants. But oftentimes there are some warrants that are outstanding they haven't taken care of. So those folks will stay in jail until they go before arraignment with the judge. But there'll be a process to make sure that everyone who's been taken into custody goes through that methodical process that will be done by the law enforcement. Basically, the Sheriff's Department will take it from here. LAPD will assist, but the primary cleaned out was done by the California Highway Patrol tactical team, and I think they did a tremendous job reestablishing order on the campus at UCLA where this encampment was taking place.
And Dennis, there was some criticism yesterday when we had the pro-Israeli group showed up, and there was some fighting between the two sides. Any idea what happened there? Where was the failure? Because police didn't seem to respond in a very timely manner.
Are you talking about the initial stage when law enforcement wasn't present a couple nights ago?
Yes.
Okay. Well, a lot of people think, well, it's in Los Angeles, LAPD is responsible. The responsibility is with UCLA police. They have a police department, and they're responsible. And I saw it on the news. There were police cars there from UCLA, and then they left. And they abandoned the place. And I don't know why they didn't call in for reinforcements from LAPD and the allied agencies. But the fact is, someone dropped the ball when they should have taken action, and they didn't. And we saw the mayhem taking place live on television. It's like, well, where's the police? Where's the police?
Right.
Someone's going to have to answer that. Why that wasn't taken care of? That should have been taken care of at that time. So there will be an investigation into that. And then, as we see happening now, law enforcement is totally organized and carrying this out in a methodical manner. With the lead agency that's taken over is the California Highway Patrol, since it's a state university. So the CHP and then the LAPD backing them up, and then the Sheriff's Department and other areas that have been called in for this particular demonstration and the clean out of that particular location of the UCLA campus.
And Dennis, a massive operation too, and people are wondering why didn't they move sooner. I imagine it just takes time to coordinate all these agencies and get the buses in and everything like that.
Well, it takes a lot of time, and you have the tactical team, which was the initial response from the CHP that we saw early this morning. They mustered up yesterday, and there was basically a standoff. We had a lot of looky-loos that were there, and they didn't want to confront that, so they just waited, and I kept on saying, the time is on the side of law enforcement. They have the time to wait to make sure it's the proper time. And I think they struck like 3 o'clock this morning when a lot of the crowd was there earlier. They dispersed, and there was time that, okay, now we can move in. But there was command involved, and they said, let's move now. It was a time of darkness. It was a time that a lot of people were sleeping, and not a sneak attack because they knew something was going to happen. And I think it was done in a very strategic manner, and the results show no one's been hurt. We haven't had outburst of rioting situation. I think law enforcement did a tremendous job, and the CHP with their tactical teams went in, and those officers have been mustered up throughout the state to address this particular situation. Again, backed up by LAPD and the sheriffs and other agencies through the region here of Southern California.
Yeah, we've been commenting throughout the morning how orderly police have handled this, the CHP, taking people into custody, being, I want to say, using kid gloves with a lot of them, and it seemed to work out pretty good because we didn't see a lot of fighting or scuffling, people giving themselves up in a pretty orderly fashion. Dennis Zine, former police officer, former LA City Council member, thanks for joining us. Great to get your perspective on everything that's been unfolding out there. We want to check in with Tony Cabrera at the location where a lot of those detainees are being processed or being put on buses. Tony.
Yeah, it's a very organized effort actually on this side of things, where you can see there are the law enforcement officers that are bringing the detainees from the protest area here towards the buses on this side of campus. So we're probably about 100, 200 yards away from the actual encampment. And then one by one, they're brought here with the zip ties, holding their hands behind their backs to the buses. And now it looks like there's two areas where the processing is happening. One is where we were earlier this morning, further down, but right here is another bus that they are filling with these protesters. And you can see that they are doing the processing right there. They're getting their identities, trying at least to get the identities of these people. They are also, getting their belongings that they have. They're putting them in little plastic bags, and then they're being placed onto the buses. And from what I hear, they are being taken downtown to the jail there, where further processing will happen, like we just heard from the expert talking about the next steps in this process, seeing if they have other criminal backgrounds and whatnot, the thumbprints, fingerprints, all of that happening at the jail. But here on this side, it's a lot fewer people are being lined up here. On the other side of things, further down the road, that's where there's probably 25, 30 protesters that are sitting down on the curb waiting to be processed there. So maybe that's why that they are now opening up two areas here, two buses to be placed them on. There are 5 buses in total that we saw earlier this morning that were kind of on standby at the federal building, and that was what CHP called in. So the sheriff's department came through with those buses, and they are here processing everybody and sending them downtown for further processing. So that's kind of the action that's happening here. Of course, it's a lot more calm. We haven't heard the flashbangs. We haven't heard much chanting, at least for now. But I guess it all depends what happens there, and then all the detainees that are brought here. So those numbers fluctuate throughout the morning. Sometimes there's a rush of people that are being sent down, and then there's lulls in between as well. So John and Rachel, that's what's happening here for now. All right, Tony, thank you for that. We want to check in with Jaa Patel. She's also in the middle of what was the encampment. And Jaa, we're getting a little daylight now, and boy, what a mess behind you.
Yeah, John and Rachel, now that it basically seems like all the protesters who were within this encampment have officially are detained and gone. Now we're getting a closer look at exactly what was behind the scenes here within the encampment. Keep in mind, this encampment has been here for a week. Media, we haven't been able to come in. You can see right now we're looking at a fire extinguisher, and actually hours ago, some of those protesters were using those fire extinguishers against law enforcement, spraying it. We're also, I can't stress enough how prepared these protesters were. There are buckets and buckets of batteries here. A lot of these protesters had knee pads. They had riot gear. They had gas masks, face masks. And while these protesters were being detained, law enforcement, they were stripping them of those masks and those hard helmets, and then zip tying their hands around their back. But you can see that a lot of those tents have been cleared. They've been moved, but a couple still remain here. But law enforcement, 2.5 hours ago, just completely moved in, pushed those protesters protesters against the library and then slowly started detaining them one by one. It seems like hundreds of people might have been within this encampment with all of the stuff here. They have food stockpiled, it looked like, for weeks. They've got paint back here to make signs. We're looking at tents. We see street cones, even a bike back here. I've seen a lot of filters for face masks, and it seems like these protesters were more equipped today than they were yesterday. So it seems like they might have actually gotten more equipment to protect themselves after we saw all those physical altercations happen a day ago when those counter protesters were throwing things in here. So these students were very, very prepared. I will say the students and the protesters that were getting detained, a lot of them were able to take their belongings with them. But as you can see, a lot of stuff is still left behind here. And so this might take a while to clear here. There's a lot of graffiti, tents, trash, plywood. What you're looking at right now is all of the material that law enforcement basically cleared away. The pro-Palestinian protesters were basically using metal barricades, wood, pallets to block off the area so no one could get in. And so for a week, even media, we weren't even allowed close to here. We were basically couldn't even look in here. So now that the sun is up, we're really getting an up-close look at exactly what was within this encampment. And now that these protesters are gone, before I go, I just want to say that there are still protesters here outside of the encampment. So we'll see what law enforcement is going to do, if they'll clear them out. But you can probably hear them and see those flags over there. There is a large presence over there, John and Rachel.
Yeah, a much different scene from when we first went on air at 3:20 this morning. Jaysha, thank you.
It is now 6 a.m. I'm John Gregory along with Rachel Brown. And if you're just joining us, we are continuing with our live team coverage of the standoff with protesters at UCLA. It has been going on for hours. Hundreds, if not thousands, of law enforcement officers are working to dismantle the encampment that has plagued the campus for the last several days. And they've made incredible progress in the last hour or so.
There are still some sections where pro-Palestinian protesters and their supporters are holding the line, but many have been detained since officers moved in. There have been some rough encounters with police and protesters, but nothing like we saw 2 nights ago. Most encounters have been peaceful. The protesters are being taken away in zip ties and being walked to buses that are waiting to take them to a processing facility.
Marco Robles is live in the middle of what was that big encampment. Marco, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, John and Rachel are now on the north side of Royce Quad here at UCLA. And what we're seeing right here, the mood here behind us is kind of somewhat more reminiscent of what we saw yesterday, 24 hours ago, with law enforcement that was here on campus and some of the demonstrators, the protesters on the pro-Palestinian side. You have them right here behind us on our right. These individuals perhaps were not part of the encampment, though some of them may have left the encampment when law enforcement made their approach overnight. So they are on these stairs approaching the quad area. They continue to chant to free Palestine, to divest. So they are remaining motivated this morning. They, of course, have not left. The group yesterday and overnight was in the hundreds from my vantage point, perhaps about 100 of them left at this point. But the mood otherwise is calm right now between these remaining protesters and law enforcement. This is CHP standing right here with us. Different divisions of the California Highway Patrol. You have officers from Southern, Inland, and Border, all here on site at UCLA this morning. This is, of course, hours after the majority of the encampment was cleared. That encampment just off to our left, this is where Jaysha was reporting. You can see the remaining, all of the tents, the debris, the equipment that was brought in over the past 72 hours to sustain that small village and to support the hundreds of individuals trying to get their message across to the university. That university, UCLA, of course, making the call yesterday that this was an unlawful assembly and that the group would need to disperse from campus. It was not until this morning when law enforcement finally moved in and forcefully, or at least did have to detain dozens and dozens of these demonstrators over the past several hours. Now, what exactly is going to happen to this remaining group of Palestinian supporters here to our right is unclear how long this will take. Again, these individuals are not within what was the encampment area. They are on these steps leading up to Royce Quad. So will this last another 30 minutes? Will it go into the morning or afternoon? That remains unclear, but clearly campus police has made the move and the call for all of these individuals to leave campus as soon as possible to restore some order and to allow students to continue their studies. As we have mentioned, classes yesterday here at UCLA were canceled, and today, once again, any classes and instruction moving to remote instruction today because of the unrest and the chaos here right in the center of campus. John, Rachel, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you for that report. Let's now go on over to Tony Cabrera, who's also there following the processing of the people who have been detained.
Okay, so it has really picked up on this side of campus where all of the detainees, all the people that have been arrested are now being moved over here. We were talking earlier about how there's lulls and then it picks up. Well, this is the most we've seen all at once where a number of them are being pushed through and taken to buses. And so you hear them chanting, "Free, free Palestine." That's what many of them have been chanting. And you can see some of them that are already down here on the curb, and probably maybe 25 or so right here that are on the curb. And then they're being brought one by one to the buses, as you see this person here with those zip ties behind their back. They're getting their, at least trying to get their identities. They're trying to get the information of these individuals. And then they're taking their belongings, putting them in those plastic bags, and then they get on the bus. And from here, once they're on the bus, once the bus is full, it takes off and it takes them to downtown. That's the scene right here with these detainees, these protesters. But when we pan over towards the right, you'll see even more buses. And down that way, there's that line of law enforcement walking one-on-one with these detainees down towards that side of the street. And that's where we were earlier this morning. And that's where the first bus was starting to fill up. And now you see that line, a steady flow of people being brought down that way and being placed onto the curb. And so my photographer is able to see a little bit more than I can at this point. So he's zooming in and he's seeing them being placed onto the curb there one by one. And so at this point, from what we can see, I mean, maybe 50, 60 protesters that are being brought into this area and being placed down, waiting for their turn to be processed and then eventually booked. So this is an organized effort so far that we have seen. Again, it was quiet earlier. There weren't as many people. Now it has really picked up as far as how many people have been arrested, how many people are with those zip ties, and they've been bringing them one by one. There's pretty much one law enforcement officer assigned to each detainee. And so they're bringing them through, and you saw that whole line of them. That was the biggest chunk or group of detainees along with the law enforcement officers that we've seen so far. But they started chanting, this group at least right here. This seems to be a more active, a more louder group compared to the group earlier this morning. But you saw from Jasha and Mark's pictures that there was they were kind of pulling individuals from the outside, working their way in towards where the tents are. And of course, that's where the more expressive people have been throughout this whole time. And here we go. An individual being placed onto this bus here. So that person has been processed and is making their way down towards their seats into that bus. And then now they bring up the next individual to be processed. These, we don't believe, are all just students. Yes, mostly probably students. But we did see an individual earlier who was in his 50s or 60s that was being processed. So maybe he's a student, maybe he's a professor, who knows? Unfortunately, we're not able to get there and talk to these people. We're not able to hear from them. We're only hearing their chants at this point. And we keep getting pushed further and further back because it's a containment zone. They're doing a lot of processing here. And so they just before you guys came to me, they just put up this police line for us not to cross, or any other individuals. So they're really trying to make a parameter around their processing area because there's just so much organizing that they're trying to keep, the organization that they're trying to keep. So far, so good, as they continue to bring more detainees. So that's it for here for now. Calm so far. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Tony, yeah, we'll be checking back with everybody throughout the morning as this continues. Overall, an orderly process. Of course, the pro-Palestinian demonstrators have made a lot of demands, and it's not just students, as Tony said. So in some cases, members of the faculty are taking part in this as well. And we want to hear from one of the professors who was in the middle of that encampment.
We have over 360 signatures now from faculty and staff at UCLA addressed to our Chancellor, Gene Block, telling them that how they handled last night's violence was unacceptable. They needed to do more. And so we're here as faculty to show our support for our students. I've seen many of my students here tonight. And, we're prepared to be arrested and whatever it takes to make sure that our Chancellor understands that the students have a First Amendment right to free speech. Last night, I would like to have seen our students protected and not physically harmed. There were outside agitators from off campus that were allowed to come on campus and throw projectiles, pepper spray, bear spray, mace, to ram through the barricade, to punch and assault people. None of that was acceptable, none of it. And we wanted to see our university stand up to protect our students, all of our students, to peaceably demonstrate and protest. And they did nothing. They did nothing.
And again, these demonstrations are all in response to the Israel-Hamas war, and the pro-Palestinian demonstrators do have a list of demands. They are calling for divestment of all University of California and UCLA Foundation funds from companies tied to Israel, along with a demand that the university call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, and began an academic boycott against Israeli universities, including a suspension of study abroad programs. And they plan to be on campus for as long as they could until these demands were met. But now we know that they are being forcefully removed from campus, and that encampment is being taken down.
And we've seen similar demands from other pro-Palestinian groups across the country. USC had their situation as well, but back east as well, we've seen it as well. Similar demands. They want divestment by these universities from companies that do business with Israel. That's one of the primary concerns they have. We want to go back out to Mark Robles because there are still some protesters out there, not in the encampment, but kind of on the periphery. And Mark, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so this is the exterior perimeter of what was the encampment that was just off to our right over the past several days that is now empty. Of course, if you're just tuning in to us, show you that is the encampment area, the little tent city where hundreds of Palestinian supporters had remained for the past few days, their tents and all of their equipment as they were trying to get their message across here to UCLA and broader. They have been moved out, so no one really remains within that area this morning. So this is what we have left, is a smaller group, perhaps about 100 people. These are stairs that go down to another quad here on campus, and about 100 supporters of Palestine here chanting back, holding their ground, their line with law enforcement. They are not moving. They've been here since yesterday, many of them, and remained overnight. When there was some movement from the encampment earlier, when law enforcement made in to kind of clear the area, there were times that dozens of protesters or supporters of Palestine I saw run in this direction. So it's possible that some people who are now over in this group were actually in that encampment last night. But these officers, CHP, they're kind of holding their skirmish line. They are, it's a calm mood. They are not moving any closer. We've been here for about 30 minutes, and so this is kind of a static situation here. We're waiting to see what exactly happens next. There is a lot of taunting back and forth from the supporters of Palestine to law enforcement, asking them why they're here and not really thrilled about their presence. on campus. And so we'll keep you posted on any of these developments, but at least from our standpoint in this position, there have been not any new detentions over the past 30 minutes or so. Will that occur? It's a possibility. These individuals are being told to leave campus. Whether or not any force or any movement will occur, we'll stand here and we'll let you know. John and Rachel, back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. And Mark, are you seeing or hearing any communication behind you between law enforcement and those protesters right there? Any negotiations happening?
No, absolutely not. No, there's no discussion from the law enforcement side at this point. Overnight, we did hear messages from the UC Police Department. A captain over the loudspeaker from Royce Hall made several announcements when the encampment was more in an active situation, when individuals were refusing to leave. We heard communication back then, but that was some 2 hours ago, urging individuals to leave the area, that it was an unlawful assembly. But here in the past 30 minutes or so, no real communication from law enforcement to these individuals, again, who are in support of Palestine. For those individuals who are tuning in this morning, I know perhaps there is some confusion on the two sides and who's been here on campus, but we do not have the Israel supporters here today. It's a much different scene between what we saw just over 24 hours ago.
Absolutely. Okay, Mark, we'll check back in. Let's now go back to Jaa Patel. What are you seeing in your area, and where are you?
Yeah, John and Rachel, we're actually joined with Alec Pereira with the CHP. We're within the encampment where those protesters were, so now we're going to ask him some questions kind of about what happened throughout the night and this morning. Alec, what can you tell us about what's going to happen moving forward now?
Moving forward, like you see behind us, this encampment area has been cleared out successfully for the most part. We do still have some protesters, as you see behind us, that our officers are working diligently to try and disperse and hopefully come to a peaceful resolution without having to make any more arrests at this point.
Talk to me about the challenges that you guys faced overnight. You guys were here for hours. You had protesters within this encampment, outside of the encampment, and now protesters on the other side, like you just mentioned. Talk to me about kind of what you guys were experiencing.
Yeah, there was a multitude of hurdles to jump through. This has been a long planning process. We've been out here since early evening yesterday, trying to coordinate and work with our allied agencies, the UCLA police, as well as LAPD, sheriffs. It's been a conjoined effort between everyone. There was things like this encampment area. It was hard just to get into. There was multiple groups in different areas of the campus, as well as moving targets as well.
Talk to me about your game plan, because at one point you guys had some of those protesters pushed up against the stairs, and then another point they were pushed up against the library. And so how are these decisions kind of being made throughout the night?
I can't speak to specifics on what the actual situation was, but our team out here that was working tonight, our special response team, has tactics that they use that are trained within the CHP. So my guess is that they were using those to get to a tactical advantage with trying to break up groups into certain areas.
And this was a massive collaboration between multiple law enforcement agencies. Do you know how many officers within CHP alone were out here?
Last I heard, the approximate number was 250 officers, maybe more, coming from Los Angeles County, here in Southern Division, Border Division, which is Orange County, San Diego County, as well as Inland Division, which is Riverside County.
Any challenges with some of these protesters? A lot of them seems like they, left peacefully. Some of them got into it with law enforcement. Kind of what was your experience and other officers' experience with detaining some of these protesters?
Yeah, that's the case with any protest. There's going to be those peaceful protesters, which we support to the fullest. But when it becomes dangerous and violent, those are just unfortunate situations that we have to handle as they come.
And now that the sun is up, now that this encampment is officially cleared, it's been here for a week now, what are the next steps here? Are officers going to come in and try to move the protesters over there? Will this area be cleared?
Yeah, officers are still working diligently to try and clear this entire campus of protesters that are deemed no longer able to be here. After that, I'm assuming it'll be the whole process of the cleanup of this area, as well as the booking and processing of individuals that were arrested.
And we saw 2 buses here. By chance, do you know the approximate number of people that might have been detained?
I don't know at this time. We're going to get those numbers later once we have solid numbers. We're turning them over to UCLA police, so they'll probably be providing those numbers. But I know at this time it's in the hundreds of how many people were arrested.
And so no word if these protesters will be booked, right? I noticed that these protesters were not in handcuffs, they were in zip ties, and probably because there was such a large amount of protesters. So is that something we'll basically figure out and hear about later, if any of these protesters will just be released or actually arrested and brought into custody?
Yeah, that's something that they're working out right now, still in processing. Sometimes in these cases, I can't speak for certain on this one, sometimes they are documented and cited and released at a sheriff's station. And sometimes they are actually put into a booking facility. I don't know exactly what they're doing for this situation, but the UCLA police are handling that portion of the investigation.
I'm not sure if you've been asked this already. Sorry for just interrupting now. So you're shifting now to the cleanup process.
Yes, well, we're still handling. There's still students and protesters on scene here in the campus, so we're handling that task at hand first. Once we move on past that, then we'll move on to the cleanup process.
Any word on how many people were arrested?
We don't have those exact numbers as of yet, but we do know that it's in the hundreds of number of people that were arrested.
You know, these protesters seem like they were here for the long haul. We saw batteries, knee pads, gas masks. Is there anything within the encampment that might have surprised you that you've seen?
I mean, with all these situations, there's always something new. We saw that as well, that they didn't want to leave, and they seemed determined to stay here. So nothing really new, but they were a very determined group.
What goes into the process of strategizing the movement in? We saw you guys shifting in right from the get-go, then you kind of paused and stopped, and then you waited a little bit. What goes into that process?
Yeah, there's a lot of tactics that go into it. Our officers that were here tonight are part of a special response team. They are trained in different ways on how to handle crowd control. So I can't speak to specifics on how they handled tonight, but it's possible that they were using those tactics to break groups apart and try to handle them as best as they could.
Any idea if any gas or tear gas or anything was used? We know flashbangs were used, and we can see those canisters dispersed throughout the encampment, but any other tactics used?
I don't have that information at this time. I do know, like as everyone was hearing, there was those canisters that were shot in the night, but as far as gas or any other forms of that, I'm not too sure at this time.
There was a group that was locking arms here in front of the library, and you gave them the option. You leave voluntarily and you get arrested. Were you surprised by the amount of folks that refused to leave voluntarily?
I wasn't here for that one, so I'm not too sure. I didn't see all that, but that's the goal of the CHP, is we never want to resort to using force. We want to make sure this can come to as peaceful a resolution as possible. If we could talk it out, we will, and that's what they did there. They wanted to try and make sure that we can give them a last chance to just leave peacefully.
There's a group of
and we're going to pull back over here right now. You just heard from Alec Pareda. He's with CHP, so he kind of gave us a lot of insight as to what exactly happened here overnight. Again, if you're a viewer just joining us, the pro-Palestinian encampment that was here at UCLA, it has been completely cleared. A lot of debris and trash left behind, but we saw hundreds of people being detained overnight and zip ties taken away on buses. And so as for right now, the cleanup will probably start soon. And over on the other side, protesters still here waving their flags and chanting. So we'll see how this plays out within the next hour or so. John and Rachel.
Jaa, I don't know if you can hear me. Did that officer give you a sense of law enforcement's timeline, their presence on campus throughout the day? I imagine there will be a large law enforcement presence today and in the coming days.
He wasn't able to quite tell us what exactly is going to happen. I imagine a lot, because this is a huge collaborative effort between, CHP, LAPD, and sheriff's deputies. I'm sure there's going to be some type of collaboration and game plan as to how they move forward, because we don't know if protesters are still going to show up throughout the day. We also still have protesters here, and also there's tons of trash here within the encampment. So I don't think at this time they can give us a timeline as to what's going to happen moving forward. But I imagine within the next couple of hours, we're going to start hearing about what's going to be happening here on campus.
All right, Jaa, thank you. And as the officer mentioned, hundreds of arrests have been made so far. Tony Cabrera has been at the location where all those people taken into custody are being processed. Tony, it looks like more buses behind you.
Yeah, things have really started to pick up on this side of things. So like we saw, the encampment's pretty much cleared out, and now all of the protesters are on this side, many of them being brought to the sidewalk there. They have the zip ties around their wrists, and they're waiting to be processed. They have their bags in front of them with their belongings, and eventually the law enforcement officers will process them, and they'll try to get their identities. They will search them for any belongings or whatnot before they are placed onto the buses and then brought, from what I'm told, to downtown LA to the jail. Now, we see, I mean, a couple hundred at this point, because there's this new wave of law enforcement officers one-on-one with these detainees that have been brought here in the last 2 minutes, I would say, that have been brought here. Now, I have been talking to some students that are on the other side of things, students that have not been arrested but are supporters. One of the students, she was yelling out, "Keep smiling, it's not over yet." And so she wanted to show her support to them. Yes, she was not in the encampment, she was not arrested, but she has been here from the outside looking in, supporting her fellow students and the fellow protesters there. There are other students that have been shouting out towards the protesters there, along with their chants, "Free Palestine." That has gone up and down throughout the last couple of minutes here, as more and more have been brought here. Now, it was quiet earlier when we first got here. We were on the other side where the other buses are. Again, there's probably at least 5 buses. We know there were 5 buses that were brought to the federal building not too far from here. They were on standby earlier in the morning, and then it sounded like they got the green light. And they had a plan, it seemed like. They knew exactly where to put the buses, and then they kind of knew exactly where to set everybody up in order to get all of these protesters arrested, lined up, and then processed. They have all the bags, they have all the zip ties. You can see the law enforcement officers, it's kind of hanging around their waist. And here we go, we have another group of law enforcement. It doesn't look like they have protesters with them. Okay, so they are kind of leaving the encampment side of things, coming towards the containment side of things, where they're being processed on this side. Again, we're also seeing people of all ages. Yes, mostly students that are out here, but different ages. We've seen people who may be professors. We've seen people who may be much more grown adults than the students would be. We haven't been able to talk to anybody on this side of things as far as those who have been arrested and who are sitting there because we're behind the tape, but we have been able to talk to some of the students here that have not been arrested, who are just kind of here still showing their support peacefully on this side of the tape and waving to them. They don't know if their friends are on that side of the tape or not, but they say they're just supporters regardless, for the cause, and they're proud of them. They say they want them to keep smiling, that their fight is not over. But it is going to be a long morning here because there are so many of them lined up, and it does take some time for them to be processed because of everything that needs to be asked of them to try to get their identities, to get their belongings, and then pat them down before they're placed onto the bus. Okay, so now we're hearing them starting the chants again, "Free Palestine," which is what we've been hearing a lot of this morning. So that's kind of the atmosphere that we're seeing out here on this side of campus. We're not too far from the encampment area. This is the containment zone where all of them have been brought. So it was quiet earlier. All the action was where Mark and Jasha was, but now it looks like the action has come here as they have arrested most of those people and are starting to put them on buses. John, Rachel?
All right, Tony, and we've seen a range of ages. We've also seen a range of emotions by those detainees. In some of the shots we're seeing, I'm seeing laughter, I'm seeing smiling. Others are looking a lot more somber. We want to go now to Mark Cotaroblis, who's in a different area. And Mark, what are you seeing?
And one thing to make clear, to follow up on that statement that you just made, this morning I have not seen specifically any direct injuries or use of force during these apprehensions here on campus at UCLA. Certainly here behind us, as Tony mentioned, we're hearing "Free Palestine." These individuals talking about the more than 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza who have died since the beginning of this conflict, October 7th, the conflict of the Israel-Hamas war. And these individuals that we see right here on camera, they are outside of what was the encampment that was in place here at UCLA for the past several days. Free Gaza, other signs they have in place. They have been chanting now for the past hour or so once we move to this side of the quad. So they appear not to be budging, maybe about 100 of them left. These are stairs that go down to another portion of campus that would have led up to the encampment area. And then you see the law enforcement CHP still on site here this morning, holding their line to prevent this group from getting any closer on campus. And now walk with us a bit. I know some folks are just tuning in and waking up. I want to show you, we were walking through this area earlier. I'm going to see if we can do the same to show you some of the vandalism that was done here to Royce Hall. We're going to walk down this corridor. You can see all of the debris left behind and all of the graffiti. Some of it is laced with profanity, so we do apologize for that. But earlier this morning, there were individuals in this area. There was a lot of confrontation at the far end of this hallway on the outside of Royce Hall, where individuals were staged. Law enforcement came in to get them out. And you can see the doors right here to Royce Hall completely boarded up with tents and wood boards and trash cans, Free Gaza spray painted on the outside. So this is a campus building, and what has occurred here over the past 72 hours or so. And this right here is what's left of Royce Quad, where these hundreds of individuals were staged overnight. When we arrived at 3 a.m., this area was full, and one by one, inch by inch, law enforcement made their move in, detaining, as we learned this morning, hundreds of these protesters. Incredible to see all of the tents, the materials, the PPE that they brought in to sustain this tent village over the past 72 plus hours here at UCLA. Clearly, it went too far. We heard from members of this university, students over the past 48 hours or so, some statements that the university allowed this to happen, that it went beyond a peaceful protest. Once this encampment got its hold, it simply was unstoppable. That's when law enforcement and the university had to bring it to an end. And from this standpoint, the enforcement has been a success this morning. John and Rachel, will send it back to you.
A big mess out there. Again, as you said, it started around 3:20. Police moved in a very orderly and methodical fashion, and they cleared out that encampment. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Eyewitness News at 6:30. I'm John Gregory, along with Rachel Brown.
And we've been on air since about 3:15 this morning with breaking news as police move in and clear the encampment at UCLA. Hundreds of people have been detained, possibly hundreds, well, we know hundreds of law enforcement in the area as well. And while you were sleeping, this is what you missed. LAPD issued a citywide tactical alert yesterday declaring the encampment to be an unlawful assembly on UCLA's campus. When protesters refused to leave, another dispersal order was issued around 1:30. Around 1:30 a.m., another dispersal order is issued. Protesters defying those orders to leave as law enforcement maintained lines around the encampment, not moving in just yet. Just before 2 a.m., police start retreating from the encampment as a couple hundred protesters pushed back against several officers holding the skirmish line. The line fell, sending officers back down the stairs, some of them scuffling with protesters. Less than an hour later, around 2:40 a.m., buses drop off hundreds of CHP officers in riot gear. Demonstrators trying to reinforce the barricades to keep officers from moving in. A quarter before 3, CHP officers finally move in, starting to rip some of the defenses out of their hands, scuffling with protesters. Officers bringing out bright floodlights in what seemed to be an attempt to blind demonstrators on one side of Royce Hall. On the other side, officers returned to the staircase they were pushed back from. Some students putting their hands up, removing the blockade, allowing officers to get closer to the encampment. Now, a quarter after 3, CHP officers in riot gear start tearing down the plywood encampment. Protesters, for the most part, seem to not put up much resistance as barricades are taken down on one side of Royce Hall. On the other side of the building, protesters there blocking a different group of 100 to 200 CHP officers. Back where the plywood is being taken down, CHP officers appear to be firing less lethal rounds into the encampment, setting off smoke grenades, holding out protesters scuffling with police. Now, after 4:30, officers fully into the encampment, tearing down structures, detaining protesters, putting them in zip ties.
And that last image you see there is of Royce Hall, and the protesters did leave behind quite a bit of damage in that area. Marco Robles has some daylight to work with now. He's at Royce Hall, and Mark, let's go through that again. It's kind of sad to see.
Yeah, just minutes ago before our 6:30 half hour, I was able to give you a peek of what this all looks like here outside of Royce Hall. You have the building itself, what's left of those doors, the entrance to this facility, and then the quad area. This is what the encampment was over the past 72 hours. You have all of these tents. I mean, hundreds of them, at least over 100. They have all been dismantled by law enforcement. Walking through this morning, I have been in a state of shock seeing everything that these supporters of Palestine brought with them. We have helmets and PPE and coolers and fire extinguishers and food and sleeping bags and chairs. I mean, you name it. There is so much material here that now needs to be cleaned up. And then back here to the building, all of the graffiti vandalism throughout this structure. It is throughout the entire corridor on the outside up to the doors. So a lot of cleanup here on campus right here at the end of the spring semester. Students here certainly disheartened at what has happened on campus, not to diminish the message of those people fighting for the Palestinians and the loss of life in Gaza over the past 6 or so months. John and Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
The damage is quite unbelievable. The campus unrecognizable from Royce Hall. Mark, thank you for that report.
And that's one of the reasons why authorities decided it was time to go in. They declared an unlawful assembly yesterday, and police started gathering, and you could see the momentum was building to them basically moving in and clearing this out. And then around 3:15, 3:20, they finally did start moving in, and in, again, orderly fashion, pushed the protesters out and made the arrests. And there's one of the individuals in custody there, and that process now is underway. Hundreds of people arrested overnight.
And we know at least 250 police officers. Jaa Patel just spoke with a CHP officer. These officers coming from as far away as San Diego, officers from LA County, Orange County, Riverside, all a massive police response to this large encampment that had been growing for several days on the campus of UCLA.
And the arrests continue, and Tony Cabrera is at the location where those people are getting on buses. And Tony, how many buses have you seen pull away so far?
You know, because of where we're stationed at this point, we haven't seen any pull away. They're kind of stationary at this point, and they're kind of all being loaded at the same time. We did see one earlier this morning that did pull away. But as you can see, they are lined up still along this sidewalk there. They're sitting along the curb, and it's getting a little bit more lively from them. Actually, just a minute ago, we heard them sing happy birthday to one of the fellow protesters that's there. I guess it's Noah's birthday today, and he's one of several who was willing to stay here, from what I'm hearing from people, even though the university was blasting out over loudspeakers to tell them, hey, if you stick around, you will get in trouble, not just by the university, but being arrested like we're seeing now. All these people, they heard that. It was obvious from what I'm told, and they said, no, the cause is that important to us that we're willing to take that risk. We're willing to be here, even if it's your birthday. I mean, like that protester who they sung to. So that's kind of the story that I'm hearing out here from fellow students. We have some supporters of the protesters that are on the other side of the tape here, and I've been kind of chatting with some of them, and they're kind of screaming out, not screaming, they're supporting, you know, along with the chants, the Free Palestine. They're saying happy birthday to Noah. And one girl earlier was saying, you know, keep smiling, it's not over yet. You know, their fight is not over yet. So there's a lot of proud people on one side of the tape as they look over and they see familiar faces of fellow students, people that they've seen this week who have been participating in this encampment. So that's kind of like the emotion here from what I'm gathering. As far as the law enforcement side of things, it has been an organized effort here. It has been calm. Yes, they chant every once in a while. They'll yell out something, but it's been a lot more organized than I would think. When you have that many people that they're trying to get organized onto these buses and detained, they have the zip ties around their backs. They're walking them one by one from the encampment zone to the sidewalk here for that processing to take place. We're watching as they are getting their information, trying to find out their identities, as they're patting them down and then taking their belongings, putting them in bags, and then being placed onto the buses. So we haven't really been able to gauge how many buses are going to be full by the end of this. We do know there were 5 buses that were on standby from the Sheriff's Department that were brought here, and we are told that they're going to be brought to the jail downtown for further processing, probably some fingerprinting that will happen. If any of these protesters have prior, maybe criminal records, that could be a thing. But, oh, here we go. Some more being brought this way now, and you can see them. They're cheering for these fellow protesters, fellow detainees that are being walked now in this direction. Maybe those buses down there are now full, and so they're going to bring them here. Another thing that we've noticed and what we've heard is that there's a group on another side of campus by one of those first buses. I'm told that there was a group that gathered there to a group of protesters kind of gathering to cheer the detainees on. And then we started hearing flashbangs from that area. So of course I wasn't able to see it. That's what I heard from some people. And, because there's not just the people who are arrested, there's those that are still supporting those that have been protesting through this. So that's what we're seeing on this side of campus. Again, there's a lot of emotion. There's still smiles because of their effort, because of what they have shown the country, from what they have shown their community. And it's a diverse group of people. Yes, a lot of them are college students, but I was able to talk to some who come from different countries. Their families are maybe from Lebanon or Iran, who have heard through their families, through their generations, stories, and therefore they're not surprised that they're here on this campus at this moment, chanting these things and being willing to even be arrested and maybe suffer consequences from their university. To them, it's worth the fight, they say. They say all of this, at the end of the day, is worth it. So that is what I'm gathering from a lot of these protesters, those who have been supporting, at least, the detainees that are behind us. So, John and Rachel, I'll send it back to you. Okay, Tony, thank you. One bit of good news, as far as we can tell, there are no reports of any serious injuries, which is pretty amazing when you consider the number of people involved and the tense situation that was unfolding. Earlier this morning, we spoke with Dennis Zine. He's a former L.A. police officer, a former L.A. City Council member, too, and he shed some light on what's going to happen next for a lot of these detainees.
No, they'll all be taken down to jail and booked and processed, and then at that time they have to run a criminal record check, see if they got any warrants, see what their history is. Each and every one will go through that process, and then at that time they'll determine if they're going to be cited to court or actually booked into custody with the LA County Sheriff's Department. But each and every one will go through that process, and it'll take time to do that. They'll wait on a bus until they get transferred to a sheriff's facility where that'll take place. And what they've done is they've geared up along the road of the processing, so there'll be people there at the jail facility to expedite to get these done as quickly as possible. And Dennis, in general, what kind of charges are these people facing? I guess trespassing. Well, failing to disperse trespassing, there'll be a number of misdemeanor charges. Some may have warrants for their arrest. It's not uncommon to have arrest and you don't follow through with the court procedure, so you may have a warrant for your arrest, which will cause them to serve time in jail until they go before the judge. So each and every one will go through that process to make sure that there's no wants, no warrants. But oftentimes there are some warrants that are outstanding they haven't taken care of. So those folks will stay in jail until they go before arraignment with the judge. But there'll be a process to make sure that everyone who's been taken into custody goes through that methodical process that will be done by the law enforcement. Basically, the Sheriff's Department will take it from here. LAPD will assist, but the primary cleaned out was done by the California Highway Patrol Tactical Team, and I think they did a tremendous job reestablishing order on the campus at UCLA where this encampment was taking place. And Dennis, there was some criticism yesterday when we had the pro-Israeli group showed up, and there was some fighting between the two sides. Any idea what happened there? Was there where was the failure? Because police didn't seem to respond in a very timely manner. Are you talking about the initial stage when law enforcement wasn't present a couple nights ago?
Yes.
Okay. Well, a lot of people think, well, it's in Los Angeles, LAPD is responsible. The responsibility is with UCLA police. They have a police department, and they're responsible. And I saw it on the news. There were police cars there from UCLA, and then they left. And they abandoned the place. And I don't know why they didn't call in for reinforcements from LAPD and the allied agencies. But the fact is, someone dropped the ball when they should have taken action, and they didn't. And we saw the mayhem taking place live on television. It's like, well, where's the police? Where's the police?
Right.
Someone's going to have to answer that. Why that wasn't taken care of? That should have been taken care of at that time. So there will be an investigation into that. And then, as we see happening now, law enforcement is totally organized and carrying this out in a methodical manner, with the lead agency that's taken over is the California Highway Patrol, since it's a state university. So the CHP and then the LAPD backing them up, and then the Sheriff's Department and other areas that have been called in for this particular demonstration, and the clean out of that particular location of the UCLA campus.
And Dennis, a massive operation too, and people are wondering why didn't they move sooner. I imagine it just takes time to coordinate all these agencies and get the buses in and everything like that.
Well, it takes a lot of time, and you have the tactical team, which was the initial response from the CHP that we saw early this morning. They mustered up yesterday, and there was basically a standoff. We had a lot of looky-loos that were there, and they didn't want to confront that, so they just waited, and I kept on saying, the time is on the side of law enforcement. They have the time to wait to make sure it's the proper time. And I think they struck like 3 o'clock this morning, when a lot of the crowd was there earlier. They dispersed, and there was time that, okay, now we can move in. But there was command involved, and they said, let's move now. It was a time of darkness. It was a time that a lot of people were sleeping, and not a sneak attack, because they knew something was going to happen. And I think it was done in a very strategic manner, and the results show no one's been hurt. We haven't had outbursts of rioting situation. I think law enforcement did a tremendous job, and the CHP with their tactical teams went in, and those officers have been mustered up throughout the state to address this particular situation. Again, backed up by LAPD and the sheriffs and other agencies through the region here of Southern California.
And we've been following breaking news all morning long. Since about 3:15 this morning, we went on air. We've been doing wall-to-wall coverage. This is all about police making arrests on the campus of UCLA, tearing down the encampments that have been building there among protesters for about a week now. If you want to continue our coverage, we are staying on air on our app, the ABC7 Los Angeles app. We'll be streaming from 7 to 8 a.m. with more live coverage.
Yeah, and it's been days in the making. It really started to unfold overnight. In the overnight hours, police moved in and finally broke up that encampment. Marco Robles is live on the campus of UCLA with more on what looks like another small gathering of protesters on the periphery of that campsite area. Okay, maybe, looks like Mark's signal may be affected by this. We'll try and get back to him in a minute or two. But we have Jaa Patel also on the scene there watching things. And Jaa, do you have a look at some of the damage left behind?
Yeah, John, this encampment has been here officially for a week, and for a while throughout the week, for the viewers who've been watching our coverage, the media, we haven't been allowed in here, so we had no idea what was within this encampment, and we were only allowed up to the barricades. And so now we're getting an up-close look at what exactly was behind the scenes here. And let me tell you, these protesters were prepared. They have hard helmets here. You can see a fire extinguisher, and earlier, hours ago, some of those protesters actually were spraying those fire extinguishers at law enforcement. We see buckets of battery, food, lights, chargers, and something I can tell you, when we saw hundreds of protesters getting detained, they were also wearing face masks, almost like riot gear. They even had knee pads on. They were extremely prepared for what was to come tonight. But you can just see and imagine how many people were living in this encampment for a week. All of these tents that were up, they're now knocked down. Law enforcement, basically their strategy hours ago was to to push the protesters within the encampment at the same time while other law enforcement officers were moving the tents and clearing a path so that way they could eventually bring those protesters who were being detained onto buses that had come here onto campus. We saw at least 2 buses here, and hundreds of protesters were brought onto those buses. One of them over there, you can see just how big that Sheriff's Department bus is. And so we don't know if students or protesters are sitting on that bus currently, but this just kind of gives you a scope of how chaotic things were overnight. For the most part, protesters seemed to be peaceful. They were taken without any confrontations, but we did see a couple of instances where protesters just did not stand down. They were wrestled to the floor, detained with those zip ties. Every person we saw who was detained, they had their hands tied with zip ties, not handcuffs. So no idea whether any of those students are going to be released, whether they'll be taken in and booked. That's something that we're going to have to see within the next couple of hours. But things have been quiet here for a while. We see a lot of canisters on the ground from those flashbangs. If you were watching our coverage earlier, it was just flashbang after flashbang out here. And so now it's just completely calm, a different scene here. And so right now, we don't know really what's to come. Is the team going to come in here and clean up this encampment? Are more protesters going to show up? You saw that there is a group of protesters outside of the encampment right now, and so no idea as to what's to come. So this is all kind of up in the air, and it's kind of a fluid situation.
Yeah, you wonder if that campus, that quad, will be, fenced off, because it is, as we've been reminding our viewers, this is a public campus, and so anyone is allowed to enter the campus. I know there have been restrictions, though, in the past week or so, but yeah, Jaysha, we will watch and wait.
And we should point out classes have been canceled for today, or they're remote, so students won't need to go on campus as authorities clean up this mess and move on to the next step. Tony Cabrera is watching it all as well for us as they process more of those people arrested. Tony, I can see more vehicles moving in or moving out, it looks like.
Yeah, it's kind of unclear what's going on, because we're seeing people going one way, going the other way. We're now seeing some CHP law enforcement vehicles with the Sheriff's Department coming through. At this point, it's not as maybe obvious as to what's going on. I do know that there has been this set of protesters that have been lined up here along the curb for the last maybe 30 minutes or more at this point, and they're waiting for processing. So you see them, they've got the zip ties holding their hands behind their backs. They've got those paper bags. We saw plastic bags earlier, but it looks like they're using paper bags at this point with their belongings, and then they're just waiting there for their turn to be processed and then put onto these buses. You can see right here, there's maybe 40 or so protesters that are here. We know there are 5 buses that were brought to this area at least, because that's what we saw in the staging area at the federal building earlier. It's been calm. That is the story. It's been calm. Every once in a while you'll hear the protesters chant "Free Palestine." And you'll hear some supporters on this side of the police line that are, cheering in support as well. But it has been calm on this side of things. Of course, there's the action, a few people still on the encampment side of things. But one thing I just learned, I just did talk to an organizer with this group, and he tells me that they'll be back tomorrow. Despite the arrests that have happened, and I mean, it's safe to say a couple hundred protesters have been arrested and are being taken away. We don't know where they're going to be. They'll be taken downtown to the jail. We don't know if they'll be released from the jail there, if they're going to be able to go home. Probably. I'm told everyone's welcome to come back from organizers, that this is not over. Their fight is not over. What they were trying to say to the world by doing this encampment, by doing this protest, it's not over. Just because they're being kicked out today, just because there's all of this action happening now and these arrests and the tents being taken down, doesn't mean that they're not going to come back. Now, on the flip side, we don't know what the campus has planned. We don't know what law enforcement has planned as far as what they might try to do to prevent this. But that's just kind of what I'm hearing right now for what could be coming. after this is all said and done with today. We don't know how long this scene will be here. Of course, it's taken a while for these protesters to be processed. There are several of them that have been brought in. Right now, it looks like the trickling of those arrested being brought here to this point has really slowed down. I've been talking to, people here on this side of the tape. I can't go talk to the people who are arrested, but I've been hearing different things. Many students that are here, students and supporters, they're saying, hey, keep smiling, keep going. We're proud of you. That's kind of the thought on this side of the tape from those people. I did also talk to a graduate, an alumni who from the 80s. He said back in the 80s, they were protesting here on campus as well, the apartheid movement. So that was something that he remembers. It was a traditional protest with signs and marching and chanting. But he lives nearby. He is an alumnus. He told me that, he believes that this group of students have lost sight of what they're really fighting for. He believes that they are kind of lost, and it's been the attention is drawn on them and not what they're fighting for. That's what he was trying to explain to me. But the students who were nearby, they were shaking their heads. They were saying, no, we know what we're here for, and we are going to continue to fight. So still hearing kind of opposing views that are here. Of course, most of the students and the young people that are here are the pro-Palestinian movement. We haven't seen any pro-Israel people that have returned to campus, at least so far, or at least from where we're standing. So that's kind of the situation here on this side of campus where the detainees are, where the arrests are kind of being processed and then taken from the buses to downtown to the jail. So John and Rachel, hopefully we learn more from the situation out here, but it is starting to calm down.
Yeah, that's good to hear, Tony. Thanks for that. Yeah, people being processed, being taken to jail. We want to point out, as Tony mentioned, it wasn't just students involved in the protests. It's a public campus. Anybody can go onto the campus, and we did have a mix of people, and not just students, but including members of the faculty at UCLA who were there to support their students.
We have over 360 signatures now from faculty and staff at UCLA addressed to our Chancellor, Gene Block, telling them that how they handled last night's violence was unacceptable. They needed to do more. And so we're here as faculty to show our support for our students. I've seen many of my students here tonight. And, we're prepared to be arrested and whatever it takes to make sure that our Chancellor understands that the students have a First Amendment right to free speech. Last night, I would like to have seen our students protected and not physically harmed. There were outside agitators from off campus that were allowed to come on campus and throw projectiles, pepper spray, bear spray, mace, to ram through the barricade, to punch and assault people. None of that was acceptable, none of it. And we wanted to see our university stand up to protect our students, all of our students, to peaceably demonstrate and protest. And they did nothing. They did nothing.
Yeah, many people in support of these demonstrations, many also in opposition of the demonstrations. We are going to have much more coming up on our 24/7 live stream. We're staying live on this story from 7 to 8 on our 24/7 live stream. You can also follow Good Morning America, which will be here on air for more live updates as well.
Meanwhile, we want to get back to Jaa Patel. She's covering some of the aftermath and some of the cleanup now underway on the campus of UCLA. Jaa.
Yeah, John, just kind of looking around, like we've been saying all morning, you really see how well prepared these protesters were. Just an example, knee pads and goggles. We saw hundreds of people with both of these on, basically protective gear. Also face masks, gas masks with filters. You may remember when those counter-protesters were throwing things in here and we were wondering when they were fighting, what were they hitting each other with? We found pipes in here. You could see that there's hard hats bats, there's food, batteries, chargers. These students were definitely prepared to be here for weeks probably. There's fire extinguishers back here that protesters were using against law enforcement, but I do also want to stress that many of these protesters were peaceful throughout the night. There were a few isolated incidents where protesters got into it with law enforcement, but many of the people being detained did so willingly and peacefully. We saw hundreds. I did ask a CHP officer, you know, if he had to guess how many people were detained. I mean, he said hundreds, and I know we'll get a better idea of exactly how many people were taken away later on in the day, but all of those people were also zip-tied. They weren't handcuffed, but this has been going on. We got here on scene since 3:15, and it is just a stark difference from when we first got here versus now. Things are very calm. This encampment is completely empty. Just to give you an idea, when we first got here, constant flashbangs, hundreds of people. We've been, you know, talking about how UCLA is a public university. When we first got here on scene around 3 a.m., 3:15 a.m., people off campus were still trying to come inside just to check out what was happening here so they could record on their phone the flashbangs and kind of the chaos. And so it seems like the game plan for the multiple law enforcement agencies here was to push the protesters in, clear this encampment out, and also keep just things as calm as possible. Many of those protesters linking their arms, chanting things like "Free Palestine," but also many of these protesters upset about police response yesterday when they didn't show up for 2.5 hours overnight when counter-protesters and pro-Palestinian protesters were getting into it. And so this is something that's very fluid. We're going to see how this plays out in the coming hours. Who's going to clear this up? Will those protesters on the other side leave? And so this is something we're going to have to see within the next couple hours this morning, John and Rachel.
Yeah, Jaa, I imagine, too, that the university will have to take swift action when it comes to this cleanup because the campus is a mess.
And there are going to be a lot of questions, too, about the university's actions. Of course, yesterday we had that violence breakout between the pro-Palestinian side and the pro-Israeli side. There are questions about the police response. UCLA police kind of backed off, and it didn't appear like they were engaging, and some people are criticizing them for that. So there'll be a lot of questions about policies and what led up to this. There are also questions about the protesters being allowed to bring in like plywood and fencing and create this fortified location. So yeah, they're going to be looking at all of that. The great news this morning, though, is how orderly this was and no reports of serious injuries, which is good.
Absolutely, that is good news. Let's go to Tony Cabrera now, who has been watching all of the detainees get processed. What is the latest there?
Well, John and Rachel, you can see they are still lined up along the sidewalk there. Many of them sitting on the curb, probably about 40 or so. It has taken a while for the processing to take place here. There's at least 5 buses that we've been watching that have been starting to fill up, but they are one by one taking the people who have been arrested and patting them down, asking for their information, taking their belongings, putting them in bags, and then putting them onto the buses. So it's probably going to be at least another hour before we start to see some of these buses start to take off. And we're told they're being taken to downtown to the jail, and that is where the further processing will happen. Now, we are also hearing that this group plans to be back tomorrow or even tonight. That's kind of, you know, what I'm hearing from an organizer that I spoke to, that it's not over yet. Just because that these people are being arrested and taken away from campus doesn't mean they'll be not be coming back to finish what they started. So keeping it calm, keeping it peaceful, they say, and those that have been violent, they say, are not students. They have come from off campus. John, Rachel.
Okay, Tony, thank you. And right now we are going to go to Good Morning America, but we will continue our live team coverage on our streaming channels.
And good morning, everybody. Thanks for staying with us on the ABC 7 stream. I'm John Gregory with Rachel Brown.
Yeah, we've been following the unrest at UCLA on their campus since overnight, really. We've been on air since about 3:15 this morning. Hundreds of law enforcement moving in to remove the encampment that has been on that quad for days.
And I believe we have more on this story, a kind of a timeline, a breakdown of how it all unfolded. Oh, okay. We'll get to that later, perhaps. But yeah, most of the protesters have been cleared out. There is apparently a small contingent of protesters on the periphery of where that campsite was on campus. Police have kind of blocked them from getting back into the campsite. And now we're looking at mostly a cleanup effort underway. There's a lot of debris, a lot of tents, a lot of all sorts of equipment that the protesters brought in. Sadly, a lot of damaging graffiti, too, we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been having team coverage all morning long. We have our reporters all across campus. Let's go now to Jaa Patel.
Yeah, so right now what we're basically trying to do is...
Okay, we're having some trouble with Jaysha's signal. We apologize for that. Jaysha's kind of right in the middle where all those tents were located. On the right, you can see some of the arrests that took place overnight. Several hundred people were told taken into custody so far. No reports of any serious injuries, which is amazing. A credit to the police effort. And primarily CHP was the big unit that was out there. Hundreds of CHP officers cordoned off and surrounded those protesters and kind of isolated them and like one by one kind of picked them off kind of.
And here's what you missed overnight. Take a look.
LAPD issued a citywide tactical alert yesterday declaring the encampment to be an unlawful assembly on UCLA's campus. When protesters refused to leave, another dispersal order was issued around 1:30. Around 1:30 a.m., another dispersal order is issued. Protesters defying those orders to leave as law enforcement maintained lines around the encampment, not moving in just yet. Just before 2 a.m., police start retreating from the encampment as a couple hundred protesters pushed back against several officers holding the skirmish line. The line fell, sending officers back down the stairs, some of them scuffling with protesters. Less than an hour later, around 2:40 a.m., buses drop off hundreds of CHP officers in riot gear, demonstrators trying to reinforce the barricades to keep officers from moving in. A quarter before 3, CHP officers finally move in, starting to rip some of the defenses out of their hands, scuffling with protesters. Officers bringing out bright floodlights in what seemed to be an attempt to blind demonstrators on one side of Royce Hall. On the other side, officers returned to the staircase they were pushed back from. Some students putting their hands up, removing the blockade, allowing officers to get closer to the encampment. Now, a quarter after 3, CHP officers in riot gear start tearing down the plywood encampment. Protesters, for the most part, seem to not put up much resistance as barricades are taken down on one side of Royce Hall. On the other side of the building, protesters there blocking a different group of 100 to 200 CHP officers. Back where the plywood is being taken down, CHP officers appear to be firing less lethal rounds into the encampment, setting off smoke grenades, holding out protesters scuffling with police. Now, after 4:30, officers fully into the encampment, tearing down structures, detaining protesters, putting them in zip ties.
So it has been a very long night for a lot of people, including Jaa Patel. You've been out there since around 3 this morning, Jaa, and now you're getting some daylight to see what's left behind.
That's been here for about a week. Now, we can't zoom in on some of the graffiti, but just take a look at how different Royce Hall looks. You can see that there are signs. It's spray painted not only on Royce Hall, but also the ground. The cleanup here is going to be extremely extensive, and you can see some of the items that are kind of around the ground here that really gives you an idea of how prepared these protesters are. You can see food. There are buckets of batteries. Over here, there's a tent that has the word hygiene. I mean, they have lip balm, sunscreen, lotion, deodorant. They were truly prepared to possibly be here for weeks. They have extra paint for signs. We've seen fire extinguishers, which some protesters actually use to spray at law enforcement. And so no clear idea of when exactly this cleanup is going to start. But this is the first time we as media have been able to actually come into the encampment, because for the entirety of the week that this encampment has been here, we've been pushed back, and a lot of the protesters were blocking us out of this area. And so now that the sun is up, we're actually getting to see what was here. And earlier this morning, Hundreds of protesters were in here, and law enforcement was just pushing them and pushing them back. At first, there was activity over here at Royce Hall on the steps. Then law enforcement cleared that area, and then protesters were pushed over to the library. And you can see that there's scaffolding, and it's also a complete mess over there. There's going to be extensive cleanup with the signs and the graffiti. There's stuff barricaded against the door, blocking anyone from getting in. And so this is, again, a very fluid situation. So we'll see how this goes within the next couple of hours. Protesters still over there. Major law enforcement presence here. This has been a huge collaborative effort with CHP, LAPD, and sheriff's deputies. There's still a sheriff's department bus on site here. We saw 2 when we first got here move in, and so we've seen hundreds of students get detained, hands zip tied behind their back. So we'll get that exact number of how many people were detained later today. But as for now, this is the calmest it's been in days, and I can tell you overnight, lots of chanting, lots of flashbangs, and this is the most quiet it's been in hours. And most of those protesters have been peaceful. There were a few isolated incidents where some protesters just didn't want to leave, but towards the end, about 2 hours ago, all those protesters were pushed against the library, and one by one, law enforcement was able to detain them and completely clear out this area. And also, I do want to say that we spoke to Alec Pereda with CHP and kind of got his account of what exactly happened and how they're going to move forward. So let's cut to that so you can hear exactly what the plan is throughout the day today.
Moving forward, like you see behind us, this encampment area has been cleared out successfully for the most part. We do still have some protesters, as you see behind us, that our officers are working diligently to try and disperse and hopefully come to a peaceful resolution without having to make any more arrests at this point.
Talk to me about the challenges that you guys faced overnight. You guys were here for hours. You had protesters within this encampment, outside of the encampment, and now protesters on the other side, like you just mentioned. Talk to me about kind of what you guys were experiencing.
Yeah, there was a multitude of hurdles to jump through. This has been a long planning process. We've been out here since early evening yesterday, trying to coordinate and work with our allied agencies, the UCLA police, as well as LAPD, sheriffs. It's been a conjoined effort between everyone. There was things like this encampment area was hard just to get into. There was multiple groups in different areas of the campus, as well as moving targets as well.
Talk to me about your game plan, because at one point you guys had some of those protesters pushed up against the stairs, and then another point they were pushed up against the library. And so how are these decisions kind of being made throughout the night?
I can't speak to specifics on what the actual situation was, but our team out here that was working tonight, our special response team, has tactics that they use that are trained within the CHP. So my guess is that they were using those to get to a tactical advantage with trying to break up groups into certain areas.
And this was a massive collaboration between multiple law enforcement agencies. Do you know how many officers within CHP alone were out here?
Last I heard, the approximate number was 250 officers, maybe more, coming from Los Angeles County, here in Southern Division, Border Division, which is Orange County, San Diego County, as well as Inland Division, which is Riverside and San Bernardino County.
Any challenges with some of these protesters? A lot of them seems like they, left peacefully. Some of them got into it with law enforcement. Kind of what was your experience and other officers' experience with detaining some of these protesters?
Yeah, that's the case with any protest. There's going to be those peaceful protesters, which we support to the fullest. But when it becomes dangerous and violent, those are just unfortunate situations that we have to handle as they come.
And now that the sun is up, now that this encampment is officially cleared, it's been here for a week now, what are the next steps here? Are officers going to come in and try to move the protesters over there? Will this area be cleared?
Yeah, officers are still working diligently to try and clear this entire campus of protesters that are deemed no longer able to be here. After that, I'm assuming it'll be the whole process of the cleanup of this area, as well as the booking and processing of individuals that were arrested.
All right, so this is just gives you an idea of some of the flashbang canisters that we've been seeing. Now, we haven't heard any flashbangs within the last hour, but hours ago we were constantly hearing them as law enforcement was trying to push protesters back. And behind me, you can see what those protesters were using to basically barricade their encampment. There are metal barricades, there's plywood, there's pellets, and so basically yesterday these pro-Palestinian protesters were using all of this to reinforce the barricade because it was actually torn down or partly torn down by counter-protesters. And so yesterday we saw many pro-Palestinian protesters working hard to reinforce that barricade, but as you can see, it's completely destroyed now as law enforcement moved in to push those protesters out. Live in Westwood, Jaa Patel, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Jaa, thank you. And a moment ago, Jaa mentioned the number of arrests. We had heard that hundreds of people had been arrested. Well, the CHP just let us know that 132 people at least have been arrested at this point, but there could be more arrests. So we will keep our eye on the number of detainees.
Meanwhile, there are still some protesters lingering around campus. Marco Robles with more on that.
Yeah, John, Rachel, good morning again. We are just on the north side of the quad, a distance away from Jaa. This is the active situation still unfolding here on campus near Royce Quad, where you have maybe about 100 demonstrators on the pro-Palestinian side still here on campus. It's possible that some of these individuals were within the encampment overnight and then retreated to this location. They're kind of on a sloped staircase, so we can't see the entire group, but they've been here. They have their bullhorns. They are chanting, making their message known to police. They are not happy with the law enforcement presence here on campus during this week and overnight, asking these officers why they're here. The CHP, though, from this standpoint, Jaa mentioned, this is the most calm that it has been over the past several hours. These officers are simply holding their line. There's no forward movement. So this is a calm location at the moment. I just asked CHP, their spokesman on scene, if there was any timeline to move forward to get these individuals to disperse. And at this point, there's not. They're simply hoping that these individuals that remain on campus will leave peacefully. As I say that, this is the aftermath of the encampment right here. Some of the boards that were the perimeter wall and the barriers here that were broken down overnight around 4 a.m. when law enforcement made their way in. And then just off to our left, the remaining area of the encampment where all those tents were, the hundreds of demonstrators on the pro-Palestinian side that refused to leave, all of their debris, equipment, tents and sleeping bags and whatnot. So quite a lot of cleanup here to do on campus. So we'll keep you posted on any advancements. We should clarify, though, since those 132 people have been arrested or detained over the past hour or so, we have not seen any further people taken into custody. So everything remains calm for now. We're live in Westwood at UCLA. Marco Robles, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Mark, you mentioned earlier the issue about all that plywood and other material that was allowed to be brought in, and you have to wonder if police are going to rethink that policy, because that really made it a much more difficult situation overnight to clear out those barriers.
It was pretty amazing yesterday, John. After our early morning newscast, I was here for the 11 a.m. broadcast and watching the group here within the encampment basically refortify their structure. As law enforcement, California Highway Patrol, they were here on site. Not as many. There was not a huge show of force, but they were on site. The LAPD, most of them had departed at that point, so there was not a huge law enforcement presence, but more individuals were coming in, and the people who were within the encampment, they were boarding up, securing their perimeter wall. So it was interesting to see that happen, knowing that something more might occur, and certainly it did. In the afternoon, we saw additional equipment coming in, supplies for the people who were camping out overnight. Some of the people who were taken into custody would shout out things like, "We did not concede," and so they stayed as long as they could before CHP moved in.
Okay, Mark, thank you for your report. Let's go back now to Tony Cabrera. Tony, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, you know, we're still here watching the detainees that are being processed. It has been a long process. It's taken a long time for them to get onto these buses. But because they're doing it one by one, you see this gentleman here in front of us. He's got the zip ties behind his back. They pat them down. They collect their personal belongings. They put them in bags. They ask them questions to try to maybe get their identities, and then they're placed onto the buses, and they're doing it one person at a time, trying to keep it as organized as possible. And there's probably still about 30 of them that are still here. So the number is starting to dwindle down. They're being put onto buses, and it looks like another bus just pulled in there. And because we can't look inside the buses, they're all tinted windows, we can't see how full they are. But CHP recently reporting about 130 arrests have been made. But I've seen more than that, I think. I think once all of these folks that are here are put onto the buses, maybe that number will grow. That's just my perspective. It has been a lot more quiet than it was earlier this morning. I think people are just growing tired. It's been a long night, not just for the protesters, but for law enforcement. And so everyone's just trying to, get the day going, finish up. And the protesters, they're just kind of sitting there calm, and there's few of them, there's less of them now at this point, and so they're kind of outnumbered at this point because many of them have been placed onto the buses and brought out of here. There are still supporters on this side of the police line who were not arrested, who were not detained, and they're saying that they're going to stand by, they're going to continue to watch. And one girl said, "Keep smiling." She yelled out to them, "Keep smiling, it's not over yet." Another organizer that I spoke to said that they're going to be back again. This is not it. It's not over, he said. Just because they're going to be taken away, these protesters here, just because many of them were arrested and being taken to downtown to the jail, doesn't mean that it's over, because they're not going to stay in jail. They'll be back out, and then they still have plenty of other supporters that are ready to continue for the cause. Now, I've been hearing a little bit of other things out here, different views. Of course, most of the students out here are pro-Palestine. I have not run into any pro-Israel protesters that are here. They have since moved on or have not been here overnight for these arrests. But I did hear from one gentleman. He is an alumnus. He was here back in the 80s. He remembers protesting, or at least witnessing the protesting of apartheid. And he was here during that time. He saw the protesting, more of a traditional protesting, marching with signs. But he believes that these students here, these protesters, have kind of lost their focus, have lost their mission, and it has all turned onto them instead of the cause, and that many of them don't even know what they are here for at this point. That's his view, but of course we're hearing a lot of others from the protesters that are there behind me and the supporters on this side of the tape. So John and Rachel, I will send it back to you.
Okay, Tony, we should point out, despite all of the chaos and the standoff with police, overall it went fairly orderly as authorities moved in, and no reports of any serious injuries, which is also great to hear. We want to switch gears and check in with Brianna Ruffalo, talk about weather conditions. Brianna, a really thick marine layer. I know our helicopter wasn't able to get over the scene this morning.
Yeah, we want to get you out the door this morning, and just know that it is a little deeper this morning. It's going to kind of increase here over the next few days as we do get a little closer to also a cold late season storm. So we do have some changes that will be headed our way. Temperatures are cool outside. We have some 50s, we have some 60s, and all is pretty well except for a little bit more cloud coverage this morning. So yeah, you will get that marine layer. We're sitting between a ridge and a trough. Not a whole lot happening today. It's still going to be another warm day. Tomorrow we're going to cool off a bit more as this cold storm begins to drop down and get a little closer. And as early as late Saturday, we do have a chance of some very light spotty showers, and that will take us all the way into Sunday. Now with this storm, it's going to drop our temperatures off quite a bit, and then we're also going to have some pretty strong winds with it too. But it does look like as we head into Sunday afternoon, it starts to move on out of here. So between late Saturday and early Sunday, it looks to be when we will be seeing some of this rain here potentially. It's going to be pretty spotty. Not everywhere everyone should see it. Los Angeles and Orange County. We're going to cool off here now in the coming days. This is going to be a much cooler weekend with some mid-60s, but then next week we're right back to the nice warmer temperatures. It's going to be pretty mild. So it just lasts about 2 days, and unfortunately the timing is right along the weekend, but Saturday should still be nice if you're inland. The valleys and Inland Empire, we still have today and tomorrow with some warm temperatures, although beginning to cool off just slightly tomorrow. Saturday mild, but you might start to get some showers that might pick up as we head into your Saturday. We'll have increased clouds moving into, and then we're dropping it down to some 60s on Sunday, and it's also going to be windy at times too. So we will have some strong winds, 40% chance of some showers, and it should be early. So later in the day on your Sunday, late afternoon,